Ez a rendezvény nem jöhetett volna.
Good. Okay, looks nice. Thank you, man.
Mission, yes. Of the famous Mission Impossible.
Meg fogom itt ezt fordítani, tehát én itt kezdem így, thank you, Mr. Valley, for your words, and thanks for the gesture for your team also. I think so, és akkor végén, thank you for...
So Maya, we are okay with the presentation, so you can unscreen the share, please. Okay, thank you.
Igen, meg kért a Besát, hogy nézzük meg, próbáljuk ki. Good morning, Arietta.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay, fine.
Everything looks fine. Everything looks perfect. I believe all the participants already joined, or no? Or
Not yet, but slowly, step by step. And it's sunny and shining and beautiful weather outside. So
here too.
Everything looks very promising.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, all right. See you later.
Thank you.
Would you like a coffee?
Later, okay. I had like...
Viszont Marian, figyeljön, hogyha a kávéval akkor a főzőt be fog hallatszani, de inkább vigyük innen a kávéfőzőt egyel hátrébb, jó? Most jutott eszembe, hogy ez elkezd búgni és belehallatsz.
Hello, Mariana.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. It looks sunny, the weather there.
Yes, it's nice. Until it rains, since every day it rains. I hope it doesn't today.
Yes.
Nice to meet you all. Good day to all.
Yes. Everything seems to work, which is very good.
Do you want to try with the sharing of the presentation, or like you're used to that?
I'm used to, but we can try.
Yes, okay. Well, let's not spend the time right now with that.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
we have little time left. And
Okay.
we have
Okay.
some questions.
Sure.
But you will be able to share it.
Jetzt bin ich eingeschaltet, ja.
Good morning, Ambassador Kircheva.
Good morning.
Good morning.
From Vienna to Budapest.
Guten Morgen from Budapest.
Guten Morgen, Herr Schock.
Welcome.
Is everything okay?
Yes.
Can you listen to me? Can you see me?
Yes,
very well.
Thank you very much. When we will begin? When we want to begin? At 9 o'clock exactly?
I think we will start at 9 o'clock. Yes, and I will make my introduction.
We have 15 minutes, a quarter of.
Yes.
Okay.
And you will be the first one after my 3 minutes introduction. Okay.
I have about 7 minutes. We have written to you because of the other participants. I think it's okay.
Yes. That's excellent. Yes. Okay. Good. Very good.
Now I'll go to take my coffee and come back.
Please do so. Yes. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Yes.
So I would like to, yes, I'll activate my Zoom too.
Stay here, please.
Yes, because I have to activate the Zoom here.
Good morning to everybody.
Good morning, good morning. So the connection seems to be very good.
Yes, it seems like it was smooth connection in the morning. How are you?
We are doing fine. The weather is beautiful, it's shining, and seems the technical issues are being solved and set. So
That's
we are
good.
ready. Yeah, yeah, very good.
Santos, I only have 2 questions in respect to the presentations. Would you expect from us to be all the time with the camera and only without the mic during the event?
During your speech or during the event?
Event.
Oh, if you don't want to have your camera on during the event and you want to do something else, feel free. Yes, you know, to do something parallelly. But when you are speaking and, you know, during your section, I think we will need your attention, because if the time allows us, we will have questions and answers at the end of each section, you know, and during your section, probably we will need your attention. But, you know, in other sections, you can hide your camera or your appearance. It's up to you how you would like to do.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any question? Beshart is here. Beshart,
Hi, good morning. No, I think it's everything is working just fine. So, okay, see you at your speech.
Yes. Do we have everybody?
I think Mr. Pachinger was.
Pachinger, yes.
Yes.
I joined. Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Hello. Good morning.
Dr. Pachinger.
I'm here. I apologies for running a bit late, but I'm here.
You are right in time. Yes. So
very good.
Very welcome. Very welcome. Seems the connection is very strong between Vienna and Budapest, because we can hear and see you both with Dr. Kircheva very clearly and well. So
I think this has never been different, has it?
Well, for sure it is very standard and good right now.
Very good.
Okay, all right. So thank you very much for
Thank you.
arriving here on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I mean, whoever doesn't want to use the camera during the conference, feel free to hide away. But when your section is going on, I would like to ask everybody to pay attention, because the questions and answers which may arise, if we have the time for that after the sections. Okay, so we have.
So I'm calling Andrei.
Okay. Maybe not from here.
Yeah.
Over there and then come back. Oh, no, I think Joseph will come.
Okay, Joseph.
Joseph, please come here. Okay. Főleg az így is ügyes.
Hát egyébként tényleg ezeknek az összes KKV házas ökölködéseknek ő áll a hátterében.
Az pontos az óra?
Hol kis le a mobilodat?
Az ott van az én óra. Igen, hiszen van markítva. Mert mi markítva?
Te tudod, a órát is tudsz rajta nézni. Igen, pont jó. Tök jó.
Okay, Mr. Lakic will be on, so.
Okay. Your telephone is moved. Okay. Stop it.
Yeah.
I think soon we can admit the attendees, right? Tehát, hogy engedhetjük a résztvevőket.
Yes, 8:55.
Gyakorlatilag most már.
6 én. Összes participánten most? Hányan vagyunk?
Még kevesen gondolom. Az jó. Az jó, szerintem 8-tól lesz. És ugye a livestream megy, azt leellenőriznétek? Vagy azt csak 8-kor kezdjük? Azt csak
Már megy.
Már megy. Köszönöm.
Tudod ellenőrizni az oldalunkon?
Igen, néztem, ott is megy, mindenhol működik.
Jó.
Now we are discussing technical details about the live stream in Hungarian. So nobody would be able to follow that. But that is all already live, right?
Yes.
Very good.
Norby, what about the YouTube? Are we live?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's in the chat. Yes. Elkezdjük 9-kor. Tehát, hogy nem kell. Elkezdjük 9-kor. Mi ez a zaj?
So yes, you are live on YouTube. So everything is set, yes. Everything is working.
Good morning.
She's
Ornella. Good morning, Ornella. We cannot hear you.
How are you?
No, we can hear you. Good morning.
Yeah, I was on mute. Morning.
We can hear you well.
Yes.
Very good. Okay. All right. So you will share your presentation, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
We just tried it before and it worked. So
okay.
It will be working.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much, Ornella.
Thank you.
See you later.
So Mr. Lakish will be on time. We're missing just Mr. Wilbert Lerheim.
He will probably join when, you know, that's the last section. You know. Yeah.
So we have to start to accept.
We will start on time.
Okay.
Azt hogyan oldja meg az Évi, hogy akkor a főkép az mi legyünk?
Ezt a Zoom oldja.
Oké, tehát amikor elkezdünk beszélni, akkor átveszi a...
Igen, és dinamikus hangot követ, tehát te legyél, aki mély orgánummal.
Jó. Ott azon a képen van egy Gulyás József, az
a Dévi.
Okay.
Meg a Norbi. Te most a Sándor Söpkéz vagy, azt szoktam én lenni.
Okay.
Figyeljünk, hogy most már a livestreamen következőképpen ezt minden kezdőségben elhagyjuk.
Másodperc mutató is fontos benne. One minute to the conference. We will start in 1 minute.
Can you listen to me?
Yes. Yes.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm
And we
waiting.
switch that. All right, thank you. Thank you. Danke schön.
I know only to say jó napot
and
kívánok.
Jó napot kívánok. Yes, guten Tag. Yes. So, yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is 9 o'clock, the 10th of June, Thursday, and this is the Western Balkans Labor Market Review towards EU accession, regional talk online conference from Budapest. I'm Sándor Söpkéz, managing partner of East Euroko Executive Search Group, and also part of Cornerstone International Group, which is a global search umbrella. We have been active in Central and Eastern Europe for 30 years, and occasionally on the Western Balkans as well. We are co-organizing this conference with KKV-ház, a club for small and medium companies, enterprises in Hungary, whose CEO, Mr. József Gulyás, is sitting beside me.
Thank you, Sándor. Good morning and good work for all. Thank you.
Thank you, József.
Thank you.
In this conference, we have guest speakers from 7 countries and attendees from more than 20 countries. I need to mention that the conference is being recorded and will be uploaded on our websites, and we will be sharing this with our partners. I would like to thank our partners for their help and support to this event, namely the Vienna Economic Forum, the KKV-ház, and the Joint Venture Association of Hungary. I would like to thank also all our guest speakers and their organizations and companies for being here with us today and sharing their experiences and views of the Western Balkans. And before starting the conference with the opening remarks, a few technical details. Please mute yourself unless you are a speaker. We are going to have 3 sections at the conference, and at the end of each section, if time allows us, we will have questions and answers as well. If you want to drop any question to the guest speakers, please use the chat for that, what we will follow. And at the end of the section, we will moderate those questions. And now, it is my pleasure and privilege to announce Ambassador Dr. Elena Kircheva, Secretary General, founder and board member of the Vienna Economic Forum. Ambassador Kircheva, thank you for your great contribution. Thank you for coming here and joining us. The floor is yours. Nem halljuk. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Is now okay?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Söpkéz, for this honor to open the regional talk today from Budapest. Best regards from Vienna. And I think that it's a very important topic you choose for this regional talk, Western Balkans labor market. It is a great pleasure to address all of you this morning and to say that Vienna Economic Forum is very proud to call East Euro Co-Executive Search Group a long-standing strategic partner, and you, dear Mr. Söpkéz, a close collaborator, partner, and friend of Vienna Economic Forum. a reliable partner in the common goal to bring the West Balkans to take its rightful place in the European Union family. To work together with you and to do our part for an economically better and secure life of the people from the region. Distinguished Commissioner Varhelyi, in several minutes, we will have the opportunity to hear your invaluable views on the topic of the labor market in the Western Balkans. In your expert opinion as EU Commissioner responsible for neighborhood and enlargement. Let me inform Your Excellency that your statement in only 3 weeks is something. Can you listen to me? Is something happen with the connection?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. It was something disruption my connection. Okay, back to the Commissioner Varhelyi. During the Vienna economic talks on the topic of the economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans, another very important topic for the region, the participation of Commissioner Varhelyi received an enormous amount of positive response. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a big pleasure also to welcome today all active participants, as well as online viewers, and to thank all who will share their extensive and important knowledge and personal experience having the know-how to discuss the labor market in the Western Balkans, as well as the investment climate in the region. Dear participants, the Vienna Economic Forum was built on a vision to contribute to the economic cooperation and development of the 13 WEF member countries as a region that grows together. Today, 17 years later, Vienna Economic Forum is dedicated to this vision more than ever. Vienna Economic Forum is committed to make a contribution and to succeed in its efforts to draw more attention to the member countries, to make Southeastern Europe and especially the Balkans region more visible. The Western Balkans is a region that constantly grows. It is a region that undertakes extraordinary and constant steps to join the European Union family. And I'm convinced it is our common duty to try to define, to meet and to help the realization of the public and private interest in relation to various projects in the region as part of a united Europe. Today, we are witnesses of persistent and growing presence of many Austrian and European companies in the countries of the Western Balkans, offering working possibilities to thousands of people in the region, as well as the possibility to grow and improve their skill set in order to be more competitive on the labor market. Their presence in the region alone is a witness to the progress and the pace with which these countries have adopted and adapted to the European standards. All of us, we have to learn to constantly evolve and adapt to the changing conditions of the global happenings through the prism of the regional specificity. I'm convinced through this prism. Active and open labor market with employment possibilities to the citizens of the countries of the region, a market investing in the development of skills and lifelong learning, thus ensuring competitiveness, adjustment to the global trends, developing technologies and demographic tendencies. This is a market that safeguards its labor force. Only by putting in the efforts, we can assure that the ongoing brain drain process and massive migration for employment purposes will be stopped, thus securing a proper and highly skilled workforce on one hand and a fair and well-paid working environment on the other. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, supporting the growth of a Balkan economic area is the long-standing objectives of Vienna Economic Forum. What is needed is a social change, a real synergy of employers and employees, and courage to see the future of the region and of Europe. We need a vision for the people of the region and further. Prosperity, growth, and the option to make a difference, a change that will benefit us all. Allow me to just point out, if we can learn something from the last years, is that the world is changing fast. Distinguished Commissioner Varhelyi, you stated that, citat, the economic and investment plan is the European Council's recovery plan for the West Balkans, encouraging investments in different areas, which are to facilitate the process of creating sustainable growth and jobs. I'm looking forward to hearing more about these potentials, perhaps in specific growing sectors of the region, and to wish all of us interesting presentations, contributions, and exciting discussions. Thank you very much again for the honor to be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Kircheva. Thank you for opening our conference and your valuable input and insight to the importance of this progression. I need to admit and tell that we in Hungary have a lot to learn from our friends and partners in Vienna and Austria, because you are far more advanced in the support of the development of the region than Hungarian companies, which are just starting and trying to learn how to do that. So, and thank you for your support and the cooperation in putting together this conference. Thank you very much.
It's always the pleasure to work with you, Mr. Szopkes.
Hope to see you soon, face to face in Vienna.
Thank you very much.
At our next event. Thank you, Ambassador Kircheva.
Thank you.
And now we also have the pleasure to announce that Commissioner Oliver Varhelyi accepted our invitation to participate at this event. Due to his commitment to be in Tirana today and meeting the Prime Minister and the cabinets of the Western Balkan countries, he cannot be present, but he sent us his video message. So let me ask our colleagues from the technical assistant team to start Commissioner Varhelyi's speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. There is no need to explain to the business community in Budapest and in Central Europe the reasons for our engagement with the Western Balkans. As you know very well, bringing the whole region into the EU is in the best interest of us all. The political and economic logic that underpins the European Union applies equally to the Western Balkans, and it is the European Commission's clear objective to accelerate their EU integration. At the European Commission, we would like 2021 to be the year of the Western Balkans. In order to achieve that, we are working hard with the governments in the region to accelerate reforms and with EU member states to take a number of important pending decisions as soon as possible. Let me be clear. If the EU's commitment is strong, this strengthens the transformative power of the European perspective and accelerates progress on difficult fundamental reforms, such as those on democracy and the rule of law. Our engagement with the Western Balkans goes far beyond the enlargement process. Economically, the Western Balkans and the EU are already deeply linked. Last year, 68% of the region's trade was with the EU, and the EU is the source of more than 60% of the region's foreign direct investments. Being so closely interconnected, the region currently faces similar challenges as the rest of Europe. The disruptions brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic have led to recessions throughout the region, with countries dependent on tourism affected particularly hard and the most. This is why the European Commission is applying the same growth strategy that was put in place for the EU to the Western Balkans. Large-scale investments. The Economic and Investment Plan we launched last autumn is our recovery plan for the Western Balkans. This plan provides 28 billion euros of investments to give a boost to the economic recovery and the long-term convergence with the EU, and it lays the ground to open up many business opportunities for European companies. Firstly, there are significant investments in sustainable transport infrastructure. We want to remove traffic bottlenecks for roads and rail lines along key European transport corridors and help to better connect all the capitals of the region and the region to the EU. Secondly, we are upgrading the energy infrastructure in the Western Balkans in support of a major clean energy transition. 1.5 billion euros have been earmarked for those investments. Economic development needs security of energy supply, energy efficiency, and competitive energy prices. Western Balkans accelerate the digital and green transition. This requires substantial investments in digital infrastructure, such as broadband internet, to improve the region's access to digital goods and services and maximize the growth potential of the digital economy. Additionally, many business opportunities in the Western Balkans will emerge from our support to the region and its vivid SME ecosystem in addressing environmental and climate challenges. Last but not least, we are also looking at ways to integrate more and more closely the Western Balkans in the EU single market. This means that in certain sectors, we would like to see the Western Balkans participate in EU policies even before they become EU members. In parallel, we are supporting the region in removing barriers to businesses within the Western Balkans. The common regional market, based on EU rules and standards, which the governments of the region are currently building, has an enormous potential. We are talking here about very down-to-earth actions that will make life easier for businesses in the Western Balkans, such as removing work permits, free movement of people with identity cards, recognition of diplomas, and removing barriers to e-commerce. All of this is critical to increase the attractiveness of the region for investors and to help local businesses. These developments will benefit the people and the businesses of the region and of the European Union, and their transformative power will accelerate the integration of the region into the European Union. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Varhey, thank you for your words from the far, and thanks for this gesture for your team also. I think so. The West Balkan region question is one of the most important in Europe, in fact, of the world also. Thank you, Mr. Varhey, your mission. Thank you for all.
Thank you, József, for your words. And I would like to also thank Mr. Varhey and for his team to send us this video message. And probably all of you have heard here or before that, as Commissioner Varhey mentioned, 28 billion euro is allocated for the development of the Western Balkans in the next period, which I think is creates a great opportunity for development and, you know, accelerate accession to EU. Thank you very much. Now, it is also my pleasure and privilege to announce our next opening remark holder, Mimosa Pusarilila, who is currently member of the Parliament of Kosovo. But when I met her in Vienna and I got to know her, she was already a very active person in servicing the development of Kosovo as Minister of Trade and Industry and also as Deputy Prime Minister. So thank you very much, Mrs. Kushari, to accepting our invitation and being here with us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sandor, and greetings to Ambassador Kircheva. Nice to see you virtually, at least. It was a pleasure to listen also to Commissioner Varhey, and it's also a great pleasure to be able to start discussing what's the key to the success and the integration of the Western Balkan further development of labor market. As this meeting is taking place online, I had no reason to actually pursue visa requests to come to any of the EU countries, be that in Hungary or maybe Austria. And this in itself shows the first impediment that Kosovo is facing currently, with the lack of visa liberalization as the only Western Balkan countries that it's actually being still upheld on this key element to the free movement. Nevertheless, as we see our only path and the most secure path toward integration of the to European Union, Kosovo is in process into making structural reforms for development, including the fact that even though faced with quite severe pandemic consequences as the rest of the world, and here in Kosovo, we have had sort of a renewal of the energy and ideas of people, in particular during the second part of 2020 and the beginning of 2021, into seeing trends emerging from previous more conservative industry toward IT and digital economy. I was very happy to hear that Commissioner Varhel spoke about digital economy and green economy, as we are focusing most of our attention into development of these two areas. One element that I want to share with you that is of a particular interest and also of a great sends a great signs of optimism for us is that our unemployment rate compared to the same time of the year in 2019, as 2020 is not a year to have a reference, is actually has been unemployment rate has been decreasing. So we have less 4,000 to 5,000 job seekers this year than we had in 2019. We also had an increase in exports in Kosovo at the beginning of 2021, and up to this date, in May statistics, Kosovo had reached its 90% of export potential that it had in 2019. So within only 5 months of the first year of this year, 2021, we had reached to the amount of 90% of export levels that we had in 2019. So, however, our exports are increasing with the United States of America, with Albania, and also with Africa. We see great potential also in increase in exports with Western Balkans further on, and also with European Union countries, as European Union remains our main trading partner. And our trends shows that there will be a higher potential of increase in export toward European Union countries. What I want also to divide here is the importance of Western Balkan countries into coordinating the development, in particular in energy transition. As we had this recent event where Kosovo moved to a energy unit block with Albania, we also see this element of compatibility when we look into the energy resources in Albania and Kosovo. However, anything else in terms of development, including the labor market, will be based in how we are able further to coordinate with other countries as we are talking and looking into one market. It's going to be very important that Western Balkans keep and maintain their focus into the Berlin process, as freedom of movement, as freedom of flow of goods are very important, and also one element or the elephant in the room that cannot be avoided is going to have a great deal on how further the process between Kosovo and Serbia, the dialogue will move forward. As we've seen, is there's a lot of discussion, and the upcoming meeting in Brussels of the Prime Minister Kurti and President Vučić. However, there is yet to be seen whether there would be any concrete results. We don't see Kosovo being separated from Western Balkan countries, therefore it should not be considered any different from the Western Balkan countries. What we see is dynamics of trending and increase of development and optimism and courage, in particular after the recent elections of February 14th. So we want to actually be able to invite all companies from Hungary and from European Union and other countries in Western Balkans to come to Kosovo, as we are moving and passing away from the post-COVID, hopefully, situation with numbers decreasing and being kept really low of infection rates. I think the opportunities to exchange and opportunities to cooperate and include coordination of our policies are higher. With this, Sandor, I will end here, and of course I remain at your disposal for anything or question or follow-up remarks. Thank you. Your mic is muted.
Thank you, Mimosa, for advising me for the muted microphone. So thank you very much for your words and also for your invitation to come to Kosovo. I think sooner or later we would like to do so, because it's good to have online conferences, but we want to get back our original conducting way of business. So definitely to meet in person cannot replace on long term these online meetings. So whether in Kosovo, whether in Budapest or Vienna, I hope that soon we will have the chance to meet and work together. Thank you for coming and joining us, Mimosa. Now, the next guest person is Attila Galambos, who actually I met in Albania in 2009. We had a business mission organized by the Capital Export Committee of the Joint Venture Association. And Attila was someone very helpful to us, who helped organizing a lot of meetings and arrangements when we visited the Western Balkan countries, including Albania. And Attila has been the president of the Western Balkan chapter of the Hungarian Chamber of Trade and Commerce. Attila, welcome. Nice to have you here. Are you with us?
Yes.
Thank you, Attila. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's very nice to be together again with you and your colleague, Mr. Gulyás. And thanks for your nice word. And let me allow to welcome to participate in this today's event with special respect to Mimosa Lilakusari, who was former Deputy Prime Minister of Kosovo, and whom I had the good fortune to meet in 2012 on the occasion of the Kosovo Business Forum in Budapest. And that was the first, one of the first appearances of the new state. And from the Hungarian side, we were the organizer of this successful meeting, I can tell. So let me talk about a little bit how is the connection between Hungary and the Western Balkan 6. So for Hungary, the Western Balkan 6 region is one of outstanding importance for the economic, political, cultural point of view. It's one of the most important parts of the Hungarian foreign economic strategy called Eastern Opening, and by this reason of the level of the economic development and the geographical proximity, this is idea it is more relevant for the SMEs to enter to the foreign market, not forgetting one of the most important element, the cost savings. Hungary supports the EU integration of the country of the region, not only at the level of the declaration, but also with the diplomats deployed at site, and only between the EU countries who have to prepare the various accession chapters. Let me talk some words about our committee. So our committee is the Western Balkan Committee, was established on 2012 as an incorporated body of the Hungarian Chamber of Commerce and Trade under the auspice of the International Directorate. over the Western Balkan 6, so namely Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Serbia. Within Hungary and within the countries of the Visegrad Group, we are only and at the same time the oldest organization focused on the Western Balkans. Since its establishment, I have been the president, and I'm very happy if I have the possibility to have the companies based on my personal region works experience since 1991. We have 95 members with a variety of the activity and the company size, as well as ownership structure. So there are large public companies and private SMEs too. It feels really very good that the number of our committee is growing year by year. Our members are from different sectors as construction, finance, IT, environment protection, tobacco, pharmaceutical, lighting, water industry, food industry, logistics, and consultants. The tasks, so our task of the committee in one of hand, to create the platform for its member to contact company from the region, and on the other hand, to convey the various decision makers the problems that arise at the company level, as for example, the custom clearance and other practical things. Our activity are organically aligned with various government and bilateral agreements, as we have Hungary, the platform of joint economic session each country from the region, and we have other different bilateral agreements also. As I mentioned, we maintain a close and leading relationship with the chamber in the region and with the Western Balkan 6 Chamber Investment Forum as an umbrella organization they created 2 years before. We have also concluded a number of the cooperation agreements with these chambers, institutions, and more recently, we have the new activity to make agreement with the large cities, Kragujevac and probably Sarajevo will be the next one. We also conclude a cooperation agreement with special organization following the initiative of the actual EU period as the green activity, climate protection, and the digitalization, digital compass, and e-governance. The aim of this all of this is to promote to work the companies, to help them in the implementation of the relationship between the Hungarian and the regional companies to work together. So by this activity, even we can contribute to keep the workforce in place, as labor migration is huge, but this will certainly be discussed in the next part of this event. The agreement provides a framework for specific activities such as the organization of the economic forum, business meeting, B2B, round the table, etc. We provide a continuous appearance to the embassies and institutions of the country of the region so that they can share their most important news with our members. By regular monthly based newsletter, we try to have the members to be informed in the pandemic situation. Also, we have the special division presenting the pandemic regulation mainly from the point of view of the business travel. In addition, the large general forums also organize the thematic and more intensive meeting. Access, we organize business trip to the region twice a year and receive the business delegation from there too. The last more than 1 year has not been conducted to such personal activities, so we have switched to online forum, which also have a benefit, as it's more easier to make the appointment for all participants in the same time. But of course, we hope to get back to the face-to-face meeting soon, and we are already organizing to our committee our first business trip in the second part of this. Before thanking your attention, I would like to reflect to the words of the speaker before me, mainly Mr. Varhelyi. So I can tell you that the frame established by the politicians, it's for us who are working on the market, and we are closely working with this institution to realize the idea that they put on the So thanks for your attention, and I am in your disposal during this meeting or later on if you have any question or if you have any comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attila, for your opening and the valuable information you provided for us. Now, from the Hungarian perspective, we have seen that there are a few large companies and investors that have been in the Western Balkans for a while. And the objective and purpose of this conference to encourage small and medium companies as well to get to know the region and start doing cooperation, trade, and business arrangement with the Western Balkans, because there are plenty of opportunities rising from this region. So at this stage, at the end of the opening remarks, I would like to thank all of you, Elena, Mimosa, Commissioner Várhelyi, and Attila, for your valuable contribution. We are pleased if you stay with us during the conference, but if you have other commitments and meetings, feel free to follow your agenda. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with the labor markets review. And this is my pleasure to announce the first guest speaker from Albania, who is Mrs. Ornella Liperi. She is editor-in-chief of Monitor Business Magazine. Ornella, the Monitor, I would say, is yours from now.
Thank you. As I know, the economy is very complicated, so I have prepared a lot of charts to make it more easier. So I'm sharing it with you now. Okay. So the idea of this presentation is to give a short overview, of course, of the economic structure of Albania, labor trend, and on focusing how to turn our weaknesses into an opportunity for the foreign investors. And if we can see the structure of Albanian economy, you can see from the chart that Albania is there's still an agricultural country. You see that agriculture composes almost 20% of GDP. And this is the highest in Europe, because if we compare with the other country, for example, we see like in Kosovo, this share is only 7%, in Serbia is 6%, in North Macedonia is 8%, in Bosnia is almost 6%, and the EU average is only 2%. And therefore, based on this economic structure, the agriculture is the main employer in the country, so with almost 40% of the total employees in the country. And if we go further to the non-agricultural market in Albania, we can see that in Albania there are not a lot of big companies. So the official statistics show that there are less than 200 companies that have more than 250 employees. So we have mostly small companies, micro, self-employed people that have been working mostly in trade and service and in accommodation and food service. If you ever come to Albania, you'll see that in Albania there are a lot of coffee shops, and even because Albania is a very touristic country, and you'll see there are a lot of small accommodation and a lot of coffee and restaurant. This is a good thing for tourists anyways. And we see that the manufacturing composes only 40% of total employment in Albania, that compared to other countries like Serbia or North Macedonia, this is lower. And given its economic structure, we see that the self-employment in Albania is very high, and it's almost 35% of the total employment. And this is the second highest in Europe. It's after Turkey, that's it. As I remember, it's about 40% of the total employment. This is because Albanians are very bright people. So when they don't have any work, so they just open some bars or some small shops just in order to survive. But by the other side, we have some positive things for our countries. So you can see from the chart that Albania and Kosovo, so they both speak Albanian language. They are still one of the youngest country in Europe. So for Albania, the median age is 37. It's increasing, of course, but this is happening everywhere. So in the whole Europe and in the world, because this is the trend like this. But by the other positive things, we see that being a small country, so you have to survive. So you have to learn, you have to study, you have to learn a lot of languages. So Albanians are one of the small, young Albanians are very eager to learn and to go to the school and to go to the university. And you can see from the chart here that compared to Hungary, for example, or to other countries of the region, except for Serbia, so young Albanians go to the university. And what do they study? So they study mostly business administration and engineering up to the next year. But we see a change this year. It's because of the pandemic. So we see that more and more young people are interested to go and study for the health. And there is one thing happening with the health sector in Albania, because people study here and then they are going to Germany to work, because Germany pay higher wages and is asking more for workers from the health sectors. So just we are investing on them, and then they are living and gaining this investment in Germany. So Germany is profiting from us in one way, you can say it. And the other thing, this is a good thing for foreign investors, because the labor cost in Albania is very low. So I can say we have very bright people that they speak languages and they are eager to learn. And by the other side, they are being paid very less. So if we see this is a recent indicator that was published by Eurostat. And we see that Albania has the lowest earning per hour in the Europe. Some countries were missing, like North Macedonia or Montenegro, but even if you see the local statistic, the national statistic, you can see that the wages in Albania are the lowest in Europe. So even compared to Kosovo, the wages are lowest. So we can see that I can prefer to see it as a big advantage for the other companies. So they can find bright people with low wages. And another bad thing that is happening to Albania, so is that people, because Albania has low wages, and now with the opening after 2011, you can see even here from the chart that started in 2012, Albania, the regime of visa in Albania was liberalized. So people started to live, to search for a better life in the EU country. And you can see that the trend is increasing up to 2015, but still remains very, very high. And if we see that the share of asylum application that are young people, less than 34 years old, is up to 80% of the total people living are young people. And this is creating some shortage in the market labor here in Albania, because there are some sectors that do not find workers here. And we see what I've been telling, that Albanian people want to learn and to study, and a lot of people, they go abroad, but they go abroad to study. I thought for Albania this is a bad thing, because as I mentioned, so the many sectors cannot find workers. We can see it as a good thing, because if they come back, so if they get higher wages, and if there are several investments in Albania that pay more than now, so they can turn back and they can bring their expertise with them. And that's why I'm saying that we can turn this crisis into an opportunity, because from a recent survey with the students that want to leave, so they have been asked, so why are you leaving? And we see that one of the main reason is that salary is not satisfactory in Albania. So that's why I'm keeping this insisting that with foreign investment, so if we increase foreign investment, but I mean investment with high value added. So because we had investment up to now to the textile industry, but they're being paid very less. So if we have foreign investment with a high wage, this is a good thing even for the investment because they can get a fast return from the investment, but even for the country because the young people can be back in Albania or they do not leave it. Sorry. I want to stress a recent survey from the German Association of Businesses. It was made in all the Eastern Europe country just 2 days ago. And for Albania, if you ask them, so what are the main advantages of Albania? So they have been saying the qualification of employees, productivity and employees' motivation and academic education and labor costs. So that's why I keep insisting on this because I've been talking with several business people here in Albania, foreign business people in Albania. And what they said that Albanians are very bright, they speak very good, at least 2 languages, and they understand the task very, very fast. So they are multitasking. And they can be highly adaptive to new culture. For example, I can mention one sector that was very fast that developed in the last 10 years. So it was call centers from Italy, because all the Albanian people were speaking Italian because they learned it from the TV. And now this sector is changing because I was told recently that the companies are asking from IT programmers, so we're going to hire instead. And shortly I want to mention some of the main sectors in Albania. Albania is a beautiful country. You should visit it if you haven't visited it yet, because we have the culture, we have the tradition, we have the history, and we have mountains and lakes, and so you can find it everywhere in Albania. Everything in Albania you can find it in 5-hour driving. You can find everywhere, and Albania has become a very touristic attraction in the last year. So except for the 2020 because of the pandemic. And you see in the chart, so there is the arrival of foreign passengers in Albania, so it's increasing very fast. And this is attracting investment mostly in hotels. So we have all the brands now coming to Albania and investing in resorts. And I mentioned in the beginning that Albania is a very agricultural country, but we can see there is a paradox here because we have the agriculture, but we don't have the agro industry. So I think this is a very good sector with a very high potential, because if we compare, for example, Albania has almost 20% of GDP of agriculture and less than 1% of food processing industry. And in Serbia and Macedonia, we have only 6% of agriculture. And then the food processing industry has almost 3% of the GDP. And the last sector, so there are several sectors, but I just mentioned some of them, is the energy. So Albania has a lot of rivers and has a lot of sun, so it has 260 days of sun per year. And a lot of investors are coming to this sector. So the picture that you see here is from the Statkraft. So it has been investing 500 million euros in hydropower plant, and now it is investing in solar energy. So just to summarize what I want to say, that it is true that Albania by the figures, so if you see the figures, Albania is one of the poorest countries in Europe. But if you come to Albania, you are not going to sense this because you can see it's a bright country, it's developing. It has a lot of people with high energy. Just what we need was just some more value-added investment, and I think the situation will get better. And the last thing, that Albania can recover very fast because, for example, when the pandemic started, EBRD forecasted that Albania would fall with 90%, so one of the highest in the Europe, in the Balkans. But what we see now is that Albania fell only 3.3%. And if we see the exports now are higher than they were in 2019. So the economy is recovering very fast. And we expect to reach the level of 2019 this year. So this is a good thing, I think, and show how bright the small countries can be, so with bright people. Thank you.
Yes, I always have to unmute myself, which seems to be not so easy. But thank you very much, Ornella, for your excellent presentation. I kind of heard that the most important issue to tackle and to manage and develop in the future is the brain drain and to create high added value jobs for Albania. Also, I was very pleased, and I can confirm what Ornella has told, that, you know, I've seen a very nice picture from Samil, from Bora Bora Beach, which is one of my favorite beaches in Europe. So it is a great country, and I think offers excellent opportunities, not only for touristic purposes as well, but also for business objectives. I encourage the participants in the Zoom to, you know, to send and drop questions if they want to get any details from Ornella. Thank you, Ornella. And we will see if there are questions to be answered at the end of the sections. Let me also introduce Beshart Kondi, my colleague from Albania, who, if you have not met him yet, he has been a great help and assistance of putting together this conference. So he continues with his effort to support ourselves, you know, to make it professional. Thank you, Beshart. So the next speaker is from Kosovo, coming from Kosovo. She is a lawyer and CEO of Advoco Solutions LLC. She is a very active past member of American Chamber of Kosovo. She is Arieta Spahiu. Arieta, I can see you are here, you arrived. Thank you very much for joining us. From now on, I would say the monitors is yours now.
Thank you, Sandor. Dear participants, dear organizers, it's my pleasure being here in this virtual platform where many esteemed professionals has joined to discuss the new business life, maybe after the pandemic. So the world somehow is being revived in this waking up from the pandemic. I will not enter into statistical data when it comes to Kosovo because I think that there are many online and potential investors, they can have access to this statistical data. By my nature, I'm a practical person, so that's why I'm going to tackle this issue from the practical point of view. As Commissioner Varhey mentioned, the EU companies are looking for easiness of doing business. So in terms of that, as per the World Bank Doing Business 2020 indicators, Kosovo is the 57th amongst 190 countries in terms of doing business in an easy way. You can establish a company within 3 days. You don't need to have a capital. Let's say the legislative regulations are very easy. The thing is, you don't even have to establish a company in Kosovo. You can outsource whatever, let's say, EU company is dealing. It can be finances, it can be support, it can be virtual support. So the thing is, you don't have to be in Kosovo, and pandemic, it did outline this, and it did show us that in order to be connected and in order to work, you don't have to be in the same place. So of course, Kosovo provides a platform from the legal point of view, which businesses can come and open their sister companies here or open a new company here with very easy procedures. But on the other hand, you can come and outsource, let's say, the workforce here. As per the World Bank, Kosovo is ranked the 15th with 85.0 score when it comes to the easiness of starting a business. When it comes to the workforce, the employment, it's 70%, with 40% being 16 to 24-year-olds. So we are talking about a new workforce that are well known how to use let's say online platforms. They are very highly skilled in regards to the emotional intelligence, because as we know, the world is going towards automatization of the processes. However, emotional intelligence cannot be done by machines. So of course you need man force. And when it comes to man force, in Kosovo, there is a vast of unemployed people. So for the companies in Europe, but as well elsewhere, they can hire these people from here. And I think Ornella mentioned that there are many, let's say, call centers in Albania. There are many call centers as well in Kosovo. But instead of Italy, we are cooperating with Germany and with the United States, because that's the language that the youth is speaking in Kosovo. So there are many trends, and let's say the companies elsewhere, they are using Kosovo kind of like a hub for these call centers, but not only. For instance, companies can outsource the financing services, where you can hire a company from Kosovo to do your finances, because numbers are kind of like the same in every country. And then, of course, what is more important, as I think Commissioner Varhey mentioned as well, is the green energy. Kosovo, until recently, had some issues with energy supply in general, but we have as well followed some trends when there are established hydro plants and there are established windmills, which of course they are supplying the grid. But by all means, there are many other opportunities that the investors can come and invest in Kosovo, whether it is green energy, solar energy. Of course, Kosovo, it's bright country with a lot of sun. So of course that the green energy is something that the companies can invest. Not only that, for instance, the companies can invest as well in energy and mining, agriculture, farming, vineyards, tourism. So all in all, what I want to say that the investment climate in Kosovo is very opportunistic for the companies, because as my predecessor mentioned, the workforce is kind of like cheap. However, as well, the living expenses in Kosovo are cheap. Just the coffee costs 50 cents. You can eat like a nice meal for €5, like in a restaurant. So I don't think that you can have that in the European country. So when it comes to the quality of living, I know that is appealing, especially for the youth to to want to go to European Union and to live there. But there are many cases when they go and then they come back, because even though the salary in European Union, it could be higher, the expenses of living are higher. So the thing is, in Kosovo, for instance, you can invest, you can find the workforce, which really will proceed and will push through whatever your company is seeking. So we have the workforce, the highly emotionally intelligent youth. And their eagerness to work is really high. So for the companies, I would really suggest, if not to invest, just to come and see in Kosovo, just come and visit Kosovo, and then they can. I mean, we have a lot of organizations as American Chamber of Kosovo or ICK, which there are, let's say, organizations that they encourage this kind of entrepreneurship ideas to come together, because us, from the Balkans, the majority of us, we come from the communistic or socialistic past. So entrepreneurship is not such an idea that it's inborn with us, because the idea that the average person has is, oh, I need to have a job, I need to have a security. So entrepreneurship is something, of course, you're born with it, but of course that is as well nourished since the young age. So even though in Kosovo there are entrepreneurship idea, still we have this mentality of finding a job versus opening a company and creating jobs for others. So I would encourage the entrepreneurs to come and use these hubs in Kosovo for interconnectedness, because if not, I mean, pandemic, it was not all bad, because it created this virtual connection. And it taught us that you don't have to be in the same place in order to cooperate or to push your agendas forward. So that's why these organizations that I mentioned, they really promote this kind of entrepreneurship ideas. So I would suggest, let's say, investors, potential investors from Europe or elsewhere, to come and visit Kosovo and to approach these kind of organizations and ask for forums and let's say events, which of course we are waiting as well an event from you, Shandor, and from your let's say future events, when we will have like kind of like this interconnectedness in person, because the virtuality, it lacked that small thing that we as human seek, and which is social connectedness, because we are social creatures, so we need that. Saying that, I would like just to conclude that there is a lot of opportunity in Kosovo. I mean, I tackled the issue of the easiness of doing business, the energy, the highways, because we have a highway with Albania, we have a highway with Macedonia. So when it comes to infrastructure, it's really developed. We need a workforce. If you need a workforce, please come. We have it. Like 70% of people are unemployed. You don't have to establish your company here, but you can. You can hire, let's say, the workforce from here to do, I mean, and outsource to do your businesses elsewhere. So there are a lot of opportunities in Kosovo, and I would encourage all the potential investors to look for Kosovo as a place for their investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arietta, for your insight and for your great speech. Now, the thoughts I marked for myself, which you mentioned, cost of living is relatively lower, while quality of life is relatively higher. And also what I heard from you, that the investors get a value for their money, for their bucks, which is, I think, a great opportunity for countries like Hungary as well, and for smaller entrepreneurs and companies with a shorter background and history, because probably we could not compete with the large international companies in the US and in the Western Europe. But there are opportunities where we can enter and do some development work together with the local ones. Now, before moving forward to our next guest speaker, I would like to recall a few messages from Commissioner Várhelyi. Mr. Várhelyi mentioned that 28 billion euro will be allocated to the Western Balkans. And there are four areas to allocate this amount. We heard transportation and connectivity. We heard energy, green energy, decrease of the carbon footprint, renewables, gas interconnectors, efficient use of the energy. We heard digitalization, internet, e-commerce. And one, maybe the most important, is human capital, training, education, labor markets, to decrease brain drain, and also to create more attractive local labor markets. I think these objectives can contribute a lot, and there will be funds dedicated to walk towards that direction, which is, I think, a great opportunity for these countries, and also for those countries and companies that have experience in assisting such a, exercise. Now, this could be a question for all of the guest speakers at a later stage at the end of the panel, to see how this could be tackled locally and to make the best output, to reach the best output of these objectives. Now, Thank you, Arietta. This is my pleasure to announce our next guest speaker, Mrs. Amina Karic, who is Vice President of Operations Authority Partners, an advanced IT solutions company, and also the first Vice President of AmCham Bosnia and Herzegovina. Amina, thank you very much for joining us today at the conference, and thank you very much for the support of your company and also of AmCham Bosnia and Herzegovina. The monitor is yours. Cannot hear, please unmute yourself. Please come closer.
Usually the tech companies have problems with the technologies. This is like something given for us. Basically, I would like to thank you for inviting me. This is my great pleasure to support such great initiatives and such great conferences. And I would like to speak in the name of AmCham of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and also in the name of my company, which is an international IT solution consulting company. We have opened office in Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2005. So we've been present here for more than 16 years, and globally we're around since 1998. So for a long time. We are now almost 500 strong all over the world, and a little bit of half of the staff is in our Sarajevo Technology Center office. Basically, I would like to tell you something about the struggles of the IT company and the labor market development for the IT companies. When we started in Bosnia, we were, I would say, among the first serious companies that bringing international business to Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we've found that there were a lot of talent and potential to be developed. Not so many people had good business skills. And because, you know, besides being a good tech person, you have to have a business skills in order to sell these, the services that you're offering, and then to communicate with your customers all over the world. What I would like to say that currently we export, I mean, if you are looking from the stance of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are exporting 100% of our consulting services to Western Europe and to mostly United States. As far as the labor market is concerned, we are a small country, and I think that the Balkan Peninsula has been perceived as sort of a pool of qualified workforce for the Western Europe. What we are trying to do is to make the people stay in Bosnia and Herzegovina and work for the international company and have good salaries and have good life. But, you know, we had a boost for a couple, I don't know, 5 to 7 years. We didn't have any problems getting quality labor in Bosnia. However, as you know, Bosnia has the second largest diaspora in the world. So we have a lot of people that have been established outside of Bosnia, and they wanted to invest back in their country and or open the businesses. And so we found ourselves competing among many small companies that were opening 5 to 10 people. And, you know, we've kind of figured out that we cannot rely 100% on the faculties, and we need to develop workforce of our own. So what we did in 2014, we started our own training program, which is called AP Lab, Authority Partners Lab. And since then, we've enrolled almost 400 interns in that program, and we've employed at least half of them. I would just like to say that like the other half found their jobs in other companies or unfortunately moved out of the country. So what I'm saying is that besides having a sort of starting education in university and faculties, the companies really need to invest, especially tech companies, into developing workforce. So I would like to say that besides being a pioneer in starting the program like this in Bosnia, we are trying to replicate the same thing like, I don't know, we opened the technology center in Turkey, so we will probably start to replicate the same thing over there, and maybe something in Latin America and stuff like that. So as we started in 2014, we've seen a lot of other companies in Sarajevo and in Bosnia starting the same programs into, looking into developing their own workforce and teaching the people skills that they need in their business. So basically, this is, I would say that besides, we have very small proportion of people graduating. I don't know, maybe 50 people graduates or 70 people graduates in Bosnia from IT universities. You know that, and then companies jump in, and then they train these people so they can join the workforce in full capacity, I don't know, 3 to 6 months after the training has been provided. So I think that this is very important, that even being maybe for the companies that are not in IT sector, that they are really invest in developing workforce, in like starting some training programs for them, etc., etc. I know that the big company, which is Prevent in Bosnia, they also have their even though they're blue collar training force, but they're training people and then using them, giving them opportunity to have a job and teaching them some skills. So as far as Bosnia is concerned, we are a very small country, actually not densely populated. It's 3.5 million people. And I see our future in education, and I see our future in, providing for good environment for young people, so we would just attract them to stay here. As Arietta mentioned, they can maybe get a bigger salary, higher salary in the Western market, but the quality of life and that can be provided in Bosnia with the bigger salaries that maybe tech companies can offer, it's totally different. Plus, we like people from Balkans, very emotional, family-oriented people, and then we like to be around our parents and our grandparents and our uncles, etc., etc. So at the same time, you can make good money and still live to see everyone almost every day. That's sometimes not fun, but you have to do it. So basically, we are working very hard to provide good living for our people. So they can really have them good living for themselves and even help their families. And we have programs for the kids, and we are encouraging kids to really jump into our IT sector as they're young. We're trying to, infect them while they're young, so they can, get hooked and start programming. And we've kind of crossed the boundaries of competing for the workforce, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we formed the alliance of the tech companies that, it is aimed to really cooperate and work together into establishing IT as in a future for a workforce in Bosnia. You know that this is a very hard, it's not something that it's very easy to do. So you're either a genius and you're totally, born with the skills, or you have to work very hard to obtain these skills and to maintain them. Even these people that are born with a prerequisite to do that, they still need to work hard, but not as hard as the people that really need to catch up. So it's not the easiest university to graduate from, and then this is why it takes a lot of perseverance. And in this time in history where the instant gratification is the moment, the in, and everybody expects that to have a great career after 3 years of studying, this is something that comes as a shock. So basically, can you hear me? Sorry, I kind of lost you guys.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes,
okay,
please continue.
Sorry.
I just had to unmute myself. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead, please.
So this was, in short, what our company is doing, and also AmCham Bosnia and Herzegovina is starting their young program, and we are all for education and for developing the workforce and as fast as possible, and of course aiming at the quality workforce as well.
Yes, always to unmute myself. Yes,
sure.
Amina, thank you very much for sharing your experiences and views with us. I have noted 3 words. One is education, the second is needed required skills, and the third was young generation, young people. And these thoughts are somehow relating to the questions that we are seeing, and which will be questions to all of the guest speakers after the presentation. So all of you can react or respond to it if you say you can add something. One of these questions was that, what will be the most important winning skill to be successful in the future labor market in the region? We have heard so far that language skills in general are good, compared even for Hungary, where language skills are, I think, much weaker than in the Western Balkans. But which are the skills to develop? Which are the top 5 skills to develop in the future? Now, also, another question was raised, are there best practices or policies initiated by the government or NGOs to somehow integrate the young generation into the labor market? So these were 2 questions just to mention for you. You can think of that and maybe come back after the next presentation. Who is coming from North Macedonia? Mrs. Maria Milevska. Mariana is a project manager at the United Nations Development Program. So, Mariana, are you with us? Yes, I can see you. So, thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours. I mute myself.
Thank you, Shandor. It's a great privilege to be here, meeting you all, meeting you online. Hopefully, very soon we'll have to meet in person. It has been very inspiring, also in the opening speeches of the commissioner, what to expect in the upcoming year as Western Balkan, and where are the 4 areas where we will put our priority in the future. I will try to present a few of the things that we have done in the past year as UNDP jointly in partnership with the government, particularly the Ministry of Education. And 2 of these areas are particularly linked with this. Digitalization is something that we had in mind, and as well the human capital development. So I will try to share my screen, my presentation. There aren't many data in the presentation, but there are very nice pictures that are real, coming from Macedonia. I think I have some problem of sharing it. Sorry, just give me one.
We did see it coming. Yes.
You did see it coming? Do you see it? No. Is everything okay?
Yes, yes, we saw the first page. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Now we
very
see.
It's full screen.
Full screen. Yes, good. Thank you.
For steering my monitor as well. So UNDP has in the last years, in the last year, started a project that worked together with the Ministry of Education, as I mentioned. The short abbreviation is Skills for Future. So what was mentioned in the previous presentations that were very also inspiring from the other countries is something that we aimed at with this project. Having the relationship and the partnership with the Ministry of Education, it seems that there is a need to support the reforms in the country in regard to system, education system that will work to the new reality, to the new situation. So one of the questions that popped up when we tried in this joint endeavor with the government was why is there is a need to develop skills building ecosystem that will work for the private sector and also public sector labor needs in the future. As you can see here, this is a photo from a textile company. It looks very messy. So we kind of selected two sectors to pilot our initiatives. And these were construction and textile initially. And afterwards, we added the renewable energy sector. And with this, we are tackling the third area that will be in focus in the future for Western Balkans. What were the challenges to develop this skills building ecosystem? Why we need very good developed skills building ecosystem in the country to address these issues. One particular area is that our companies are really missing modern production technologies, and to try to introduce innovative technologies in traditional sectors. So in textile, we are working on loan, kind of outsourcing methodology for the other bigger companies abroad. What is done in our companies is at the moment that we practically do only the sewing part, cut, trim, and measure, and the design and selling departments, marketing are abroad. This is not very bringing value to the companies and really limits how many people will this sector attract. So the sector is not very attractive for young people. It's a sector that really is having one of the oldest labor markets of all the sectors. People are the oldest, and the young people are not interested. So we need really to find a way to attract young people to enter into the sector in these new emerging jobs where the technology will be used and new trends will attract people to work in this sector. One thing is this is the same situation more or less in the construction. It's not outsourced, but in construction, 1 out of 8 people are young that are working, and we are still as a country facing one of the major challenges is young youth unemployment. So these two things, when we connect, we came up that also these sectors are facing skills gaps and shortages. The modernization is very much needed, essential. This for textile, at least companies, means if they don't modernize in the upcoming years, it's a matter of survival. Practically, they cannot move further with the margins that are at the moment gained, and especially with the young people that are not so attracted to join the sector. We selected these two sectors to pilot our initiatives that later on you will see provoked also a reform in education system in the country, because construction and textile employed around 90,000 employees before the pandemic hit, and they are also contributing 10% to around 10% to the GDP. So they are very important for the economy in the country. There is a limited support really given to skills upgrading in the workforce. And what we have seen, one of the major development challenges is that we really need networking to fill in what is as an innovation and technology gap in our countries. We face that at the moment, technology is all around us. We can find online all kinds of resources, but at the end of the day, linking the dots is somehow missing. So we need really constant consultation in technology, innovation, and new modern ways of dealing business. And we need also substantial training programs for these new technologies. So having faced all these challenges, this is based to immense analysis that we have done in the past year. First, we mapped all the stakeholders in the education system and skills building ecosystem. What are their positive and negative sides, and also we found out what are the recommendations for the future. And after that, we really did a very thorough skills needs analysis on these three sectors. And what we have done in the upcoming, the other question is how to improve really the current skills building ecosystem. We focused on two sides. One is the reforms for the short to term, medium term reforms. And what was done is that in the three sectors, we really, with the analysis, found out what are the technology drivers for these sectors in the upcoming year. So BIM in construction is something that is upcoming as a technology driver and will be needed. There will be a need for certain skill sets to address these issues. BIM is actually stands for Building Information Modeling, and is philosophy or a standard where you digitalize completely your process from design of the building to the actual building, and then the maintenance part. And there is a certain, maybe bigger investment in the design process. It might take a bit longer than it is now, but it surely shorts a lot, and it's much more productive when you are building the sites, and also when you are maintaining, and having in mind all these big investments that are planned in infrastructure, in transport, and in other public works. With BIM, I think it's something that is very relevant for the region, and it needs really a big push from all the policymakers in the region. Having in mind that we also have the issues of corruption in our countries, digitalization is something that really can minor this problem that we are facing, because you cannot bribe a computer. So when we had, on the other hand, so BIM, having BIM as a technology in construction, we have as same the technology driver for the textile as 3D product design. It's at the moment we have in textile companies all around the world this technology arriving in a way that people are not producing the product, textile producing, unless they have a customer order. And the customer can see completely the product online. They don't need how can I say, to produce all the products in advance. And they're even using avatars, which is really amazing, to showcase how this product looks like in 3D. So this was the technology driver for our textile companies, and also the hybrid solar photovoltaics, which is something in renewable energy. Solar energy is something that is really in focus of the country, and it will be in the future, having so many sunny days within a year. And we really need the skill sets there to address these issues. We had here very good foreign support, meaning the major players in these technologies supported us in developing the training curricula. And in the BIM, we used the Scottish Construction Innovation Scotland, which are really one of the biggest and very important players in the BIM technology. In essence, British are the leading country in BIM, and it was very good experience to learn from this. And then we had in 3D the Italians supporting us, and in hybrid solar voltaics we had also the Slovenians knowledge management center who supported us in this. So having piloted these all technologies, we have reached very big interest from the young people. Around 120 people in 4 months were trained in these technologies. It means that we really need to find an angle that is very important for the young people who are living another reality than before. And this showed us, proved our concept that we are on the right track, that we are, as countries, we are all facing brain drain, and having these technologies that can be learned and done from our countries, but for foreign clients, this can really, we can turn around the brain drain into brain gain. And in this, we supported an educational and training center for future skills that is based in Southeast European University in Tetovo, that will in the future offer these trainings for every company that is interested in, and also will work together with the businesses to develop future trainings that will address these needs for emerging jobs. When it comes to the reforms to the medium and longer term, we have supported also, it says medium to longer because the effects will be done later, but in a year we jointly with the Ministry of Education drafted the law on secondary vet education to set up the skills development system to address these needs. In essence, the law, the new draft law that is at the moment in the process of adoption, envisages how the system will be set up the public sector, in the formal education, and also it opens up a very good space for education providers that are needed to address our needs from the labor market. What does it mean? It means that with the law on secondary vet education, there is a possibility for opening regional vet center. And these regional vet centers can have 3 forms. One form is where public school is transformed into this kind of regional vet center. And this is kind of jointly with the municipality or the region where it is based. It works together with the private sector to address the needs of the labor market, and does skills maps, and based on that really sets up the trainings for the vet education. When it comes to this, we also, the law envisages that there is a privately led also regional vet center, where a private entity can work on this initiative as well jointly with the private sector. We have seen these kind of experiences all around the world. They function a lot, very good, and now the system is set up to accommodate this kind of education forms. And there is a hybrid model as well, where public-private partnership can be set up to open up this kind of education model to serve the needs of the private sector. Doing this, we will further on work on the reforms for how this support system will look like in the future, and to set up the institutional structures. At the moment, the country, the Ministry of Education is looking into opening 3 training sectors, regional vet sectors that will be in 3 regions, and transforming vet schools into these regional vet centers. And also the Future Skills Training Center is somehow also one of the kind of very good initiatives that will in the future set up itself as link between the young people and the private sector in their endeavors to employment. As I mentioned, what we have seen, there are 5 technology drivers that we will focus in the future. As I mentioned, BIM is one of the very important for the construction sector. We found out that there are at the moment architects and civil engineers working for foreign markets, Australian markets, and on BIM. And there is also automation and robotics is one of the future technology drivers, especially for the transformation of the textile industry. 3D product design is something that we are looking into for the textile industry, but also cross-cutting as an emerging skills for the other industries. Green transformation and applied IT, as you can mention, all over the industries. What is important to mention that we wanted to work on a systemic solution. So now the system is really set up to open up different kind of education models that will serve the needs for the labor in this new reality we are living in the new 4th industrial revolution. And what we have found out is that we still need to link all the dots within the system. The system is set up, there are institutions, but the links between them is still missing. And on this, in the puzzle, we are missing a lot of opportunity to leverage on what certain pieces in the puzzle are doing. When you link, there is a really very good way of leveraging the innovation, the technology use, the applied technology, and that is what we are missing, I think, in all countries, especially I can speak about Macedonia. That is why in the upcoming future, we are going to work on a multi-stakeholder platform. At the moment, we have all the materials that were developed from the project set up on a website skillsforfuture.nk, but this is not enough because we know that all the materials for new technologies can be found online also. But it seems that adapting a technology is not about access to information only, but it's about creation of a culture for technology development, creation of a culture of collaboration. And this is what really drives a transformational change through emerging technologies. This is what will improve the quality of work, and this is what will increase the value of professionals within the industries. So the government, industry, academia, everyone should come together in building this culture for technological transformation in all.
No, we lost you, Mariana. We lost your voice.
Stakeholders, the industry companies, the industry individuals at the moment who are working in the companies, because skilling, reskilling, and upskilling is very important for the future competitiveness of the companies, and also the future individuals. At the moment, the future workforce who are working, who are studying the topic at the moment. So how to really work on this, and there are several solutions to do it. One is to inform everyone on what's going on in the topic of technologies or these technologies. The other one is to consult, to try to engage them in different kind of joint initiatives. We have piloted this on a very low scale, and it seems that this kind of platforms are very much needed. For instance, we had one event for promotion of BIM technology. On this event, consultant was invited, academic was invited, and also the construction company, one of the biggest, was invited in the country, several of them practically, and the startups were invited. And they have never have opportunity to interact among themselves. And also individual outsourcing BIM in Australia was invited. And at the moment we have 2 or 3 initiatives happening at the moment. One of the biggest companies invited the outsourced individual to jointly work on a joint project. The startups connected with the construction company also. So I think these kind of initiatives are very much needed. And when they're needed right now, if not yesterday. So with this, I would like to conclude and leave space for questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Mariana, thank you very much for your detailed and interesting presentation. What I noted for myself is the vocational educational training, which is very important, and I can share with all of you that in Hungary, the VET system has been very successful to produce competent and compatible workforce for the industries in Hungary. And I think that has been a great success. Now, I think looking at the clock, I think we are on time, but regarding these questions which I raised, if any of you would like to make a 1-minute closing remark of this session, then you are very welcome for a 1-minute closing remark. Otherwise, we will move forward to the next session. If any of you would like to add anything to what we have heard, then please wave with your hands so that we can see well. Okay, I don't see any waving. So Ornella, Arieta, Amina, and Mariana, thank you very much for your valuable contribution to the conference. We do look forward indeed to see you and meet you in person and continue with such a conference, maybe at the 4th quarter of this year, and to further explore the opportunities in the labor markets, and also to learn about the development opportunities and needs in this region as far as the labor market concerned. So thank you very much. Now, thank you all of you. You're welcome to stay and follow the conference. So the next section is investment opportunities. And I do have the pleasure to announce our first guest speaker, Marinela Prifti from Albania, from the Albanian Investment and Development Agency. Marinela, I wonder if you are here.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
hello.
Thank you. Hello, Marinela. The floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you. So, let me share the presentation. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure for me being part of this conference, and I'm glad to represent Albania, our beautiful Albania. from join. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and also a little background noise also, but your voice is strong and clear for sure. And we can see the presentation.
Sorry, just a second. Okay. So being aware of our efforts to improve the business climate here in Albania, we can confirm that we are doing our best to fulfill the business expectations and also to facilitate the process of establishing new investments here in Albania. During this presentation, I will talk about the investment incentives and opportunities in Albania, and for the specific incentives regarding different potential sectors. So, as we all know, Albania has a very strategic location. It is located in the center of the southern Eastern Europe, and also has a very good climate with 300 sunny days per year. It has a very long coastline, and we have some main airports as Durrës, Saranda, Vlora, and Shëngjin, and we have some very good projects on developing these ports. We have national road networks, and the infrastructure is still developing. And we also have a lot of natural resources, as you may see in the slide. And these all are some very good reasons that make Albania a very good place to develop new investments. The first question that comes to a foreign investor, it is why to choose Albania among other countries to make a new investment here. We have a lot of reasons. So we can start with Albania has a very liberal, yes, can you hear me? Okay. Albania has a very liberal business climate. The law on foreign investment aims to ensure a favorable investment climate for foreign investors in Albania. It provides an equal treatment between domestic investors and foreign investors. There is no needed any prior authorization for foreign investments in Albania, and no sector is, you can invest in every sector. Sorry. Foreign investments are protected, and it is allowed expatriation of all funds and contributions in kind related to the investment. Also, the National Business Center serves as a one-stop shop for business registration and licensing, and the registration procedures are made easier also with the application online, and it reduces the costs and also the time that is needed. You can register a new entity in Albania within 24 hours and with a very symbolic fee of 100 Albanian lek. Also, Albania has very competitive labor costs. We have the lowest labor costs in the region. The gross wage is around 420 euros. We have a young, educated, and skilled population. Albania is ranked best in the Western Balkans region for the skill of its current and future workforce, and has very multilingual capacities. Albania has showed this year's sustainable growth potential, and it has custom-free access. We are part of several free trade agreements. Also, we can see a rapid development of infrastructure in Albania, of the roads, energy, telecommunication, and transport. Also, we have very competitive taxation and incentives in regard with specific sectors, as I will talk later, and other sectoral incentives. So I want to start with talking about the investment incentives of the potential sectors that are considered as priority sectors in Albania. Let's start with tourism. Travel and tourism is selected as a very important sector, a great relevance to the Albanian economy and employment as well. As you can see the figures, it contributes 22.2% of employment in Albania and 21.2% contribution to GDP. Tourism is one of the strategic sectors with the most complete incentive legal package in force. So for investments with a special status that have five-star hotels that have a brand name and that are considered of strategic importance for the country, these investments may benefit from the usage of public property with a symbolic leasing price of €1. But also they may benefit from the reduced value-added tax of 6%, exemption from the corporate income tax for a period of 10 years, exemption from the tax of impact on infrastructure, and from the tax of building. Agriculture remains one of the sectors with the greatest potential for development in Albania. It is the main source of employment and income, especially in rural areas. The private agriculture sector employs 40% of the total employees. Agricultural exports comprise 2% of total amounts of exports, and it contributes like 17.8% of GDP. There are some incentives in this sector, so large investments can benefit also from the usage of public property with a symbolic leasing price of €1 per contract. Also, it is provided exemption from value-added tax on supply of agricultural machineries, exemption from value-added tax on supply of agricultural inputs, also from the reduced VAT of 6% for accommodation facilities certified as agrotourism subjects, a reduced rate of 5% of the corporate income tax for activities certified as agrotourism. Also for this kind of investments is provided exemption from the tax of impact on infrastructures, and also there are a support scheme for individual farmers and group of farmers and agricultural associations. Another important sector is energy and renewable energy. It is currently the most important sectors in terms of foreign investments, let's say. It attracts 31% of the total FDI in Albania. It has an overall contribution of 33% of the GDP. Albania has a capacity of hydropower energy production, and only a very, let's say, low percent of this capacity is currently used. There are a lot of incentives even for this sector. So let's start with exemption from custom duties and value-added tax for the manufacturing and assembling of solar panel systems for hot water production. Also, reimbursement of the custom duties on imported raw materials for the manufacture or assembly of solar panel systems, sanitary purposes on buildings, or technological processes in the industry. It is provided long-term agreement of until 15 years for electricity produced from plants. Also exemptions on imports of machinery and equipment directly related to the investment in solar energy production. In function of investment contracts equal or higher than 50 million Albanian lek. Another priority sector is manufacture. Albania has a very strong and vibrant manufacturing sector, driven by highly successful enterprises, mostly in textile and footwear industry. It represents about 5.7% of GDP and accounts about 10.9% of the total employment in Albania. Textiles and footwear play a key role in Albanian economy because they represent around 39–40% of total exports and employ more than 40% of the employed in the processing industry. Albania has around 8,000 active companies that operate in this sector. Some incentives of manufacture sector are instant reimbursement of value-added tax in the case of taxpayers with zero risk, and reimbursement within 30 days for exporting taxpayers. Also, it is provided exemption from value-added tax on import of machinery and equipment, facilitation of custom procedures, incentives on financing personnel training, as well as simplification of procedures on employment and social security, exemption from value-added tax for suppliers of processing services of non-Albanian goods that are destined for re-export, and a reduced rate of 5% corporate income tax for activities in the automotive industry. Let's continue with ICT and BPO. It is another important sector here in Albania. More than 3,000 companies are currently active in the ICT sector. Main activities are data entry and call centers. This sector contributes 3% in the overall GDP and employs around 35,000 employees in these sectors. It has great capacities for activities in more complex processes, and as we can see, the only incentive that is specific for this sector is a reduced rate of 5% corporate income tax for activities in software production and development. And the last one are technological and economic development areas. These areas are separated areas of land or buildings and other immovable properties developed in accordance with a general plan and provided with the relevant infrastructure for production, industrial development, trade and provisions of services, which is estimated part of the custom territory of the Republic of Albania and is separate from this territory in terms of fiscal and customs regime. Some incentives regarding these areas are capital expenses are 20% deductible during a period of 2 years if the developers and users of TEDA within the 3 years of its operation, there is an exemption from 50% of the tax profit rate for a period of 5 years. Also, a developer's project is exempted from the tax of impact on infrastructure. Buildings that are in these areas are exempted from the tax on immovable property for a period of 5 years. The developers or users of the area are exempted from the tax on transferring the right of ownership in on immovable properties. And also the wages and social costs are 150% deducted the first year. Costs of training and expenses for scientific research and development in TEDA are recognized as accepted expenses of the tax period with double value for a 10-year period from the beginning of the economic activity in these areas. Also, I would like to talk a bit about strategic investments. The new legal package on strategic investments increases the contractual and judicial security of foreign and domestic entrepreneurships and provides a fast road for the implementation of strategic investments. So according to this special law, strategic investments are all private, public, or public-private investments in the following sectors as energy and mining, transport, telecommunications, infrastructure and urban waste, tourism, agriculture and fisheries, economic zones, and priority development areas. Through this law, the strategic investments benefits from the assisted procedures and from the special procedure. From the assisted procedure, the investment benefits fast-track procedures, land consolidation, supporting programs, assistive infrastructure if it is needed, like water and electricity, and also the use of public assets for strategic investment project execution. On the other hand, through the special procedure, it benefits, in addition of the other that I previously mentioned, expropriation of immovable assets and private property for the development and implementation of the strategic investment project. And also these investment contracts are endorsed by the parliament. Regarding the property and real estate, foreign investors can buy commercial land if the value of the investments is 3 times more than the value of the land where they have implemented the investment. Or also, foreign investor can lease agricultural land with a contract up to 99 years. Foreign investor might make use of the state's immovable property through the €1 contract. As I mentioned before, the government of Albania can lease public property that is more than 500 meters with a symbolic price of €1 if the properties will be used for industrial production with an investment level of 2.17 million, manufacturing sector, façon type, that will provide over than 50 new jobs, agribusiness activities with investment levels of over than 0.7 million euros, activities in education and media with investment value over than 1.4 million euros, and also activities in construction, maintenance, and deconstruction of ships with investment value of over than 3.57 million euros. And also, I want to say that AIDA is a reliable actor through the investment process because our mission is focused on the acquisition of FDIs, increasing the competitiveness of Albanian small and medium enterprises, also aftercare services to existing investors. AIDA is partner of new investment, let's say, from the beginning of the investments, and provides qualified information on the opportunities, incentives, policies, and schemes. Also facilitates and supports direct investments in Albania. Are provided one-stop shop for strategic investors because we are the institution responsible for these strategic investment procedures, handles all the applications related to strategic investments, and establish contracts with the other governmental bodies and authorities. That was all that I have prepared in regard with the investment incentives in Albania.
Yes. Yes, and the next page is your next presentation,
yes,
right?
In regard with the next presentation, yes.
Marinil, thank you very much for your detailed and comprehensive introduction to this real investor-friendly business environment that you have been able to create in Albania for foreign direct investors. So I'm sure this will drive to accomplish the objectives that you have set, because this is, I think, a really competitive, program and agenda. Thank you very much. We do not say farewell to you, because we will see you the next pages in the next section. So thank you again, and the support of your agency for putting this together for us. Our next guest speaker is Mr. Andrej Lakic, director of the Montenegrin Investment Agency. Yes, I can see you, Andrej. You are here with us, and I can hear your voice, right?
Excellent, excellent. I just like to make one correction: assistant director, not director.
No, noted. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Let me just share my screen with you. Can you see the presentation? Just okay. So good day to all. First of all, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity and for inviting me to speak about the investment opportunities in Montenegro. At the beginning, I would just like to inform everybody about the Montenegrin Investment Agency. Since we are the youngest state agency in Montenegro, established only in January of 2020. Our main role is to be facilitators of any new investment in Montenegro, and we have three key sectors within the agency. One is dealing with the public-private partnership. The second one is dealing with major investment projects in Montenegro, and the third sector, which I am heading, is dealing with investment promotion and international cooperation. Another activity that the Montenegro Investment Agency has, which was enrolled by the government of Montenegro, is to conduct the program of economic citizenships in Montenegro. This is not the core that we do within the agency, but this program for the next 2 years was given to us by the government to implement. As far as the investment promotion is concerned, why Montenegro? We have given here 4 key reasons. As many of the speakers before, we have very good availability of well-educated, low-cost and skilled labor. Especially during the COVID pandemic, the unemployment has skyrocketed in Montenegro. We have 18% of unemployment. And what is very important to say that out of this 18% of unemployed people, 22.2% are highly educated individuals, and out of this 18%, 61.9% are skilled, high school, well-trained unemployed individuals. The strategic location is also very important. Montenegro has excellent road connectivity, port connectivity, 2 airports, and excellent railway connectivity. A favorable taxation system, which I will talk about in the future, in the upcoming slides, dealing with corporate income tax, the VATs in certain aspects, and a friendly legislation, which, like my Albanian colleague said, we have in our law on foreign investment, we have a fair treatment of foreign investments the same way we treat national investors, as well as also that you can start up a company in Montenegro in only 1 day with a minimum of €1 investment. In terms of Montenegro at a glance, I'm sure you're all familiar where we are in Europe, but what is important here is to say that this is a fairly small country with a small population, only 620,000 people, and though some investors see this at the first glance as a disadvantage, on the right side, you can see the international agreements that Montenegro has signed in the past. This is the Central European Free Trade Agreements, the free trade agreements with the EU, according to the Stabilization and Accession Agreement, the European Free Trade Agreement, the agreements with Turkey, Russia Federation, and Ukraine, which gives Montenegro and any company active in Montenegro access to a market of almost 800 million people. Also, one of the interesting things in this slide is that Montenegro is the only country outside of the Eurozone which uses euro as a currency, which is something seen by foreign investors as a very positive thing. Talking about taxes and favorable tax system, corporate income tax in Montenegro is 9%. Here is an example of some corporate income taxes in the region, and some of the European countries which in the past have been recognized as investment meccas, as I can say. The VAT in Montenegro is 21%. But there is a reduced VAT of 7% for accommodation and for serving of food and beverages in restaurants, only excluded for alcoholic and carbohydrated beverages. The 0% VAT is applied to construction and to all hotels 5+ star categories, and for food manufacturing, and in the future it will be also applied in the energy sector. Some of the key sectors in Montenegro, of course, first and the most developed sector in Montenegro is tourism. 25 to 30% of our GDP comprises of tourism. In 2019, we were fifth biggest tourism destination, growing tourism destination in Europe. In 2020, we had a big backfall as far as tourism is concerned. We had 90% losses in the tourism sector, which was a catastrophic, of course, for the Montenegrin economy. But some positive aspects that came from this is that the government has decided in the future to move more towards sectors which are resilient towards external factors. One of the sectors that the government is going to move towards and to work in improving is the energy sector, where we are looking to attract green FDI and renewable resources. Wood processing and furniture manufacturing. I will talk about this also in detail afterwards. You will see some facts and figures. This sector in Montenegro is traditionally export-oriented, where we only export raw wood, but there is a high potential of wood processing and furniture manufacturing in Montenegro. The ICT sector, which is the only sector apart from the pharmaceutical and financial sector, which had a 25 to 30% increase during last year, and currently is booming in Montenegro, as we have more and more companies setting up their businesses here. And what is traditional in Montenegro, the metal processing sector, mainly dealing with aluminium. Tourism, I will briefly just mention that we have a lot of tourism projects going on, a lot of high-end hotels coming to Montenegro from the Chedi, one and only Ritz-Carlton, tourism is something that has been developing in the past 10 to 15 years. There are a lot of companies coming, a lot of hotels opening, and the government plus the municipalities on the local level are constantly opening new spaces in the spatial plans for any new resorts that are going to be developed. As I said, the renewable energy sector is something that the government has been working, but will increase their activities in the future, and we already have two public calls that are going to be published for 2 solar plants. We also have one public call that will be published for a wind farm. This is something that has been increasing in Montenegro in the past 10 years, and we have now renewable energies comprising of almost 10% of all the energy production in Montenegro. As I said, the wood processing is something that has a very high potential in Montenegro. We have excellent local companies working with wood, where we can have contract manufacturing, but also we are very open for greenfield investments. And this is the reason why. If you take a look at this chart, you will see that Montenegro in 2019 imported 61.4 million euros of furniture. This goes to say that there is basically no competition on the market. Most of the furniture is being imported. The second thing is, in the past 3 years, we have, for such a small country, we have almost 10,400 apartments being built. And we have 46,500 beds within the hotel industry in the past 2 or 3 years that have been, in the past 5 to 7 years that have been developed. There is a high demand for furniture in Montenegro, and most of it is being imported. We have, of course, a very favorable electricity price for wood production, but also we have technical high schools in Montenegro that are having a lot of skilled workforce available on the market. Sorry, the IT and ICT sector, which I said is booming in Montenegro. We have more and more companies opening. We have 2 technology parks now working in Montenegro. One is working in the municipality of Nikšić. The other one is set to open up until the end of this year. As I said in the previous slide, the IT sector is the only one, apart from the pharmaceutical and the financial sector, that has increased 30% during the pandemic. And we have also very, very skilled labor in this area, very favorable wages in terms of what is a European norm for such jobs. Here you can see, I will share the presentation later on, but you can see some of the statistics of education. And this is also something that is very important when we talk about the IT and ICT. Most of you are not maybe familiar with Podgorica, but most of the IT companies are set up here in the capital city. We have very low rent for office spaces, and this came to a surprise to us. This is the source we got from Colliers Montenegro. All of these Capital Plaza, Normal Company, Europoint are newly built, high-end modern buildings where you can find an office space for 10 euros per meter square. This is something that is very, very low price. Even we were surprised in the agency that the prices are so low for the rental of office spaces. Even if you wish to buy an office space, on the right side you can see that the prices for office space in such high-end buildings are basically the same as the market prices for any apartment being bought in the city center. Talking about the ICT sector, of course, there are 3 internet providers here in Montenegro, and you can see here that there is very favorable cost of internet, the download speed, and the electricity cost, something that the IT companies are really interested in, and they found this very attractive here in Montenegro. Another incentive that the government has, and which has to deal with the local municipalities, is the business zones. This is one example of a newly developed business zone here in the capital city. We have 8 business zones in Montenegro in eight municipalities. This is the biggest one, in the municipality of Podgorica, published 1 week ago, which gives a very favorable land, very close to the airport, very close to the railway, very close, just 1 hour drive from the port of Bar. The rent is 0.01 cent per square meter. There is also a very low price for if somebody wants to buy the land, which is available for sale as well. The municipality has given a also you can do this in stages, the payment of the land. There is also the reduction of utility or other fees which are non-existent for some aspects. So business zones is something that is developing in Montenegro, and we really hope that other municipalities, especially we have one municipality on the coastline which has a business zone but not very well developed, that they will use this model that the capital city has to develop their own business zones, because by that they become more and more attractive to potential investors. We have 11 program lines for incentives. These are mainly done by the Ministry of Economic Development. Unfortunately for this year, they are still not ready because the budget is still being adopted. But the most popular 2 lines are the program line for fostering direct investment, where for any investment, let's say in the northern part of Montenegro, if the minimum is 250,000 euros and 8 newly employed personnel, the government is, according to the criteria, willing to give to 3,000 to 10,000 euros per each job in the next 3 years. And the second program for processing industry and modernization, where the government is willing to cover up most of the costs for setting up a manufacturing process. And the third one, which was developed post-COVID or after we had the troubles with the pandemic during the last year. This is to reduce the contributions for the wages. If a newly established company employs somebody from the bureau, from unemployment bureau, for the first year they will be excluded to pay 90% of the contributions for that person's wage. In the second year, 60%, and in the third year, 30%. And here you can see if the average wage in Montenegro is around 520, 530 euros, how much of this per month is being excluded, which is a great incentive for any investors. Briefly, this is all from my side. I'm open for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei. We see that Montenegro has been created also a very attractive, business environment for foreign direct investors. So thank you very much, and also the support of your agency in putting this together. Now we move forward and call the next guest speaker, who is Mrs. Nina Pobric, the head of the Investment Promotion Department at the Foreign Investment Promotion Agency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Nino, I can see you. You are here with us. Yes.
I'm here with you. I hope so that you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you. If you come close, we can hear you very well. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Foreign Investment Promotion Agency of Bosnia-Herzegovina and myself, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to present you the major aspects of the Bosnia-Herzegovina investment environment. Now I'm going to share with you my presentation.
Just compliment. Okay.
We are an agency of the Council of Ministers of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and we provide support to the existing and potential foreign investors. We provide information about business environment, available investment projects, legal environment, and also we cooperate with all other institutions at the level of the government of Bosnia-Herzegovina in order to support investors to invest in Bosnia-Herzegovina or to further expand or develop their existing business in our country. So I believe that all of you are pretty familiar with the major information about the countries from the region. I will just start with information on direct investments. As you can see, during the previous period, the European countries have invested more than 90% of total foreign direct investments in Bosnia-Herzegovina. The biggest country investor is Austria. Then Croatia, Serbia, Slovenia, then Netherlands, Russia, Germany, Italy, United Kingdom, and Switzerland. They are the top 10 countries investors. And what is important to emphasize that due to good reputation, base, the manufacturing sector actually received a big share of foreign direct investments in Bosnia-Herzegovina. As a country, traditionally we have very stable macroeconomic indicators. As you can see here, our nominal GDP shows permanent growth 2011 to 2019. Now I will mention the major reasons why investors choose Bosnia-Herzegovina as the next investment destination. We actually we have strategic location which enables fast and a low-cost transportation to the market of the European Union, and also Asian market. We have a wild network developed about for international airports, access to sea airports at the coast. Also, Bosnia-Herzegovina actually has signed a free trade agreement with the countries of the region. Then we have free trade agreements with Turkey, free trade agreements with the EFTA countries, and preferential trade agreements with all EU countries. And also we have preferential export regimes with the United States, New Zealand, Japan, Australia, and Iran, Russia, Kazakhstan, and other countries. And all these agreements allow companies from Bosnia-Herzegovina to export their products to the market of 600 million consumers without any taxes and the custom duties. Also, we have signed many agreements on double taxation and agreements on promotion and protection of investments in order to create even more stable business environment for foreign investors. As you see, we have low unemployment rate, but the other hand, it's an opportunity for investors to find the right skilled and workforce, different profile of the workforce, and many foreign companies already operating in the country recognize our workforce as well as skilled and educated, in the same time very price competitive, as you can see here in the slide, the average net monthly wage in Bosnia-Herzegovina and in the countries. Then we have many high schools and universities across the country. So we also provide support to the investors in order to find the right profile of the workforce in cooperation with other institutions and the other governments. Then we have one of the most stable financial system in the region, because according to the currency board, our currency is directly attached to the euro, and also we have open banking sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and greater credit rating on stable prospects. Also, we have one of the lowest inflation in the region and very favorable legal environment for investors. According to the law, foreign investors have the national treatments. They have the same rights and the same obligations as domestic legal entities. According to the law, foreign investors are protected against nationalization, expropriations, or similar measures. They are entitled to transfer their profit as a result of their business activities. They have the same property rights as domestic companies, which means that all foreign investors they can be 100% owner of their investment facilities and the real estate then we have one of the most favorable tax system in the region. As you can see, our corporate income tax rate is 10% and value-add tax rate is 70%. And also legislation offers additional incentives for companies who invest into and which is important to emphasize that the equipment of as part of the share capital is exempted from the paying cost. Here you can see the corporate tax rates in Bosnia and other countries of the region, and also price of operational costs are much lower. Here you can see the price of the electricity for industry consumers. Also, according to the FDI magazine, mid-sized regions of future easily find the right investment locations. According to the investors' criteria, we select our database and find location greenfield for selling or buying and criteria of the investors, and we can help you to find application, organize meetings with the project managers, relevant authorities, organize site visits with potential investment location. And our that page you can find information about available joint venture projects in the area sector, mostly owned by our domestic strategic partners. So it's as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, if foreign investors want to have we have many joint venture projects, but also legislation they can have 100% of also according to the IBM, also position in the world in the terms of also have some issue regarding the relatively complex procedures of the business, but due to some
do not hear.
So according to the business report in 2014,
excuse me, we can't hear you. Sorry.
Yes,
could you speak up a little bit because we.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying.
And could all the others please mute yourself, then we can hear Nina to talk. Thank you, and sorry to interrupt.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to speak louder. Also, Bosnia and Herzegovina came in first place out of the all European cities for FDI renewable energy investments relative to the population size. And according to the data users in the country, actually 86.77% of the population now I'm going to mention just the major information about the most attractive sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Of course, ICT and BPO are the booming sectors in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and this sector have reported the increase in all aspects regarding the revenue of the companies, number of employees, etc. And all companies actually works for the markets of the Western Europe or United States. Then the energy sector is also one of the most perspective, since we currently export only 37% of our total energy potential. And regarding the hydro energy potentials, Bosnia-Herzegovina is ranked 8th position in the Europe because we have 6,000 megawatts of hydro energy potential, 2,000 megawatts for wind energy, and also 75 megawatts for solar energy. Then we have a long tradition and dedication base for metal processing and the car component industry also. Our companies work for all largest brands. Then actually we have also good condition for the production of the food. Bosnia-Herzegovina actually is at 10th position in the world in the production of the raspberries, 15th wines, and 15th position regarding the production of the strawberries. And we have all good conditions with actually a large area on unpolluted, and good conditions for the production.
We lost your voice again.
Yes. Okay.
Can I continue?
Yes, please continue. Your voice is not stable. Most of the time we lose, but your excellent slides are self-explanatory. So we are reading your slides.
Great, great. I'm glad to hear. I'm trying to speak louder. Actually, according to the latest analysis, 63% of the countries are covered by the forest. So we have many available joint venture projects for the production of the furniture. It also could be interesting for investors. Also, the tourism sector is a booming sector. According to the World Trade Organization, Bosnia-Herzegovina is defined as one of only 3 tourism destinations in the world. With the increase of the tourist arrivals and the profit by tourism, 10% each year approximately. So for all information regarding the project and information about the business environment, feel free to contact us on headquarters in Sarajevo and our offices in Mostar in Banja Luka. Thank you very much.
Nino, thank you very much. Indeed, we have lost your voice, but your slides and presentation was so contentful. So we were reading and trying to follow there. And the good news is that this conference is being recorded with all of the presentations and all of the slides. And we will upload these on our websites and also share this with our partners. So whoever interested to come and look at and review again any details can do that from the websites or contact you directly. So Nino, thank you very much. Really attractive business environment in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and a great promotion work from FIPA. Thank you very much for your presence and the support of FIPA.
Thank you very much.
Now we are crossing borders again, and we go to North Macedonia. And our next guest speaker is Maja Filipcheva, who is the director of Grant Thornton North Macedonia, and also the president of MCHEM North Macedonia. Maja, are you with us?
Yes, Sandos, I'm with you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Welcome, Maja. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the nice and kind introduction. And also I will try a little bit to share some of the insights for North Macedonia investment opportunities in this short period of time that I have. So let me just share my screen. Can you see?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I will just try to give some of the insight in the over past decade that North Macedonia was very much focused on the foreign direct investment as a source of economic development, business modernization of the processes, generating growth in employment and in income. The country actually in the past decade was very focused on liberalizing the FDI regime in our country that actually pursue other policies in order to attract those foreign investments and actually become in the past decade the footprint of many internationals in our country. However, on the other hand, starting followed with stagnation. And this was due to the fact that North Macedonia, as you all know, was focused with a couple of priorities that marked these 2 years of the new decade. One of them was the Prespa agreement and change of the name of our country, that followed by NATO and EU alliances that our country is still working very dedicated on this. In the same time, we had been hit with the COVID pandemic, actually global pandemic, which definitely distressed the Macedonian very weak economy indeed. And this actually lead us to the thing that the trade investment landscape definitely will be changing in this decade. A reorientation of investment promotion strategy we are much to see in the new decade, which is in front of us. And on the top of this, we had the two important things that our country need to fight. And this is the health measures and the vaccination process in order to make sure that we recover our economy and rebound as of 2022 going forward. So this actually leads us to where is North Macedonia currently. And in fact and in reality, by the previous slide that I presented or the insight that I presented, Macedonia had a lower growth rate as of 2020 due to those reasons and mostly due to the COVID pandemic. On the other side, we had as a country stable inflation rate. Population at this point, it's the population number that you see here, which is from 20 years ago statistical count, which as of this year, we do expect to see the new calculation count of the population where our policymakers will be making the new policies in respect to where the country should move next. So current unemployment rate in the country is at 16%. And when we have seen what was the past decade and the start of the new decade, and take in consideration the regulation currently available for investors in our country, including foreign but also domestic, there are two regulations to consider. First of the financial support regulation that actually stimulates or give form of funds and grants to enterprises in order to stimulate innovation and technological development. So you can see here there are many variety of financial investment support that are offered based on this regulation as of today. The past decade actually was marked in our country with the FDIs and very successful start of the incentives in the free economic zones. So actually the idea of the government in the past decade was to accelerate the growth of the region and the bigger cities in North Macedonia, and therefore in each of the major cities in our country were established those free economic zones where mostly the FDIs were attracted to invest and to stimulate also the country growth. So as we can see, those investors were entitled to exemption in respect to taxation and also from customs. Regarding the incentives that were given also to the investors into the zone, variety of stimulation in respect to the land, in respect to doing business easily with infrastructure, making available to those investors, and also many of the admin support that was offered to these investors by the Directorate for the Free Economic Zone. So indeed, these things actually happened. North Macedonia to be marked as a variety of industries. So the MNEs or the multinationals and the FDs that we had in the past decade combined the knowledge and their international practice shared with our local workforce and suppliers that lead us to seamlessly collaborate as a country, and also have a specific industry specialization. So currently, as you can see on the slide, we have mostly all industries represented or developed in North Macedonia, even if the automotive industry and the manufacturing in the free economic zones are contributing 30% as employers within this country. So on the other hand, this decade will be a stepping stone for North Macedonia in order to strengthen the next decade, which actually bring us different global trade of the FDEs or investments, and different landscape trend that North Macedonia, not excluding other countries, should consider in order to stay attractive for investors. So if we like to see what is the future brings for North Macedonia, or what are the things that we must focus on in the next period to be still attractive and on the roadmap of the investors, there are a couple of things that are important. Of course, there are much more many, but I try to summarize which we believe that are crucial for our country to focus on in the next period. So this is the economic governance realignment. Macedonia has a strategic position as a country that we didn't leverage as a country that much, and we believe that we still have opportunity to leverage. That means that having the access to closest markets and to the value chain by making them connected with working on the infrastructure at the same time will be crucial. Regional and bilateral collaboration, it's something that we believe we must strengthen in the next decade that it's coming. New industrialization, it's a must. So enabling robotics, digital transformation of the manufacturing will be crucial for doing business and doing the trade. We will be seeing much of the offshoring services than inshoring, which gives also harnessed opportunity for our country to build on it. Human capital productivity is very crucial for North Macedonia as probably for other Western countries as well. As we all know, in Macedonia, according to all the statistics, the human capital productivity it's not at the level that we want to have. So doing the reskilling, retraining, re-education of the human capital will be on the next highest focus. And here I want to stress that importance on having the three pillars working together and closely will be from crucial importance in the next decade. And we all know that the policymakers have to do together with the business community and the civil community in order to have this taken forward. Public services oriented toward world-class climate must continue. So we all see that having a friendly climate for doing business, all these investors will even need to be on the higher importance in each of the countries, including North Macedonia. Sustainability will be imperative for countries. This means that the country must show how we'll fight next pandemic, next climate change, how we'll mitigate risk in future, how fast and accelerate we'll be responding to all these unexpected changes that we are not left behind from the global world. Accountability and rule of law is also of importance. Corporates will be also have a close look on the efforts of the countries on fighting corruptions, tax evasion, and lowering the grey economy. On the other hand, as a country, we also, on the government level, it's on the highest focus, the green economies that will have environmental benefits for all of the country. And by taking all this or saying all this, that lead us to the next decade, that the investment promotion strategy of our country will be subject to shift, that we actually are seeing in those 2 years. So something that usually corporates, the multinationals, investors, any kind of investors are considering while investing, are taking consideration these main topics that actually I put here on the slide. And I will not concentrate to read them through, but I will actually give an insights on the opportunities that North Macedonia is actually working on currently in order to stay and to be as attractive as it was in the past decade, in the new decade. So from geographical point of view, we are focused on building and extending the infrastructure projects. So we are also making sure that connectivity of doing business is on the focus. We are having the counting of our population expected hopefully this year. So we also lead us with the demographic plans and next policies that we need to adopt as a country. Also, we are extending our regional collaboration and also doing much more focus on the bilateral work among our neighbors. We as a country are working on labor law regulation change in order to reflect the new changes in our country. And also when we are saying that we are changing the regulation, as my previous colleague said from UNDP, that they are intensively working on projects for reskilling, we are also able to say that North Macedonia is worked very closely with the business community, automotive and manufacturing, in order to make sure that there is a dual education as a 4-year period of education and having the expert industrialization ready workforce in order to respond to the current investors' needs and also to build on in the next decade investments. So we make sure that those investors stay in our country. The government is also focused on the mitigating risk in respect to the readiness. So they are showing in terms of making the new regulation in terms of digital transformation, which is also expected to be announced in our government as a new decade regulation that actually we will be deploying from this regulation as citizens, but also as investors going forward. All this giving us that we need to reshape and readapt the economic and fiscal policy as a country. And herefore, the government is also closely working on the regulational change for the financial support that we already have available for investors in our country. So even if the pandemic is still not over and there is still a lot of rebound and recovery to be done, I am positive that North Macedonia, taking consideration all this experience and all this past decade, will build on that and will continue staying on the investor focus in the next decade that will come. So thank you for your attention. I am here for any question now or later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya, very much for your presentation and speech about North Macedonia. We are at the end of our, investment opportunities sections. We are a little bit behind of the agenda, and I don't see hot questions raised in the chat bar. So let me thank you again, Maya, Nina, Andrei, and Marinela, for your excellent contribution for this panel. We will make sure that will be a next conference somewhere around the end of the year to further explore the opportunities, and maybe sooner or later these conferences will be face-to-face, because we believe, we go back to our original life after the pandemic. So thank you very much, all of you, and for your organizations and companies for supporting this online conference. Now, slowly we move forward to the third panel, the investors' experiences panel. And I see Marinela returning back to our monitor. So welcome back, Marinela. So you are the first guest speaker in the investors' experiences panel with experiences in Albania. So the floor is yours, Marinela.
Yes, thank you again. So, regarding investors' experiences, it is very important for us to know what the investors think, because we know what to improve, what is a problem, and what should we do to improve the business climate, and also what it is going good. So in recent years, there has been a wider distribution of investors and lead project materialized in various economic sectors. The focus of foreign investors has been on the manufacturing and textile mostly, but also is in pursuit of regional and global trends of the most attractive sectors. This translates into an increase in the variety of foreign investments in the country, as well as enables a faster increase in the value chain. As we can see, here are some of the greatest impact on investment value and also on the number of employees operating in these specific sectors. Sorry. Oh. Excuse me just a second.
No problem. We soon get there where you want.
Yes. So in regard to foreign direct investments in Albania, the FDI stock shows a steady increasing during the recent years, with an increase of 12.4% compared to 2018, and also an increase by 3.2% compared to the previous year. On the other hand, FDI inflow in Albania, the main source of FDI inflows was the energy sector, as we previously said, representing 31% of the total FDI inflow. And the investments during 2020 were mainly concentrated in energy sector, processing industry, and financial and insurance activities. We can say that the EU integration process have served as a strong incentive for Albania to push forward on the structural reforms and also to improve the business climate as the country aligns its legislation with the EU legislation. According to Global Competitiveness Index, Albania is ranked #1 for the ease of hiring foreign labor, and this is very good for foreign investors because some of them want to bring their employees to Albania. I am going to share now some of the success stories in different priority sectors, some big investments that are actually operating now in Albania. In tourism, we start with Life-Visa Invest. It is a very complex investment with a modern hotel and alpine villas, as well as a new factory for the packaging of the drinking water Life-Visa. And it has created in its first phase of investments around 200 jobs. Also, Green Coast Resort and Residences. It is an elite tourist complex. It is still on the process. It is placed in Himara, and it includes the construction of luxury hotel, spa entertainment, and also 2-story villas. It has an investment value of 121 million euros and plans to create around 800 jobs. Another big investment is Cape Merli. Cape Merli Eco Resort is an investment in the tourism sectors in Ksamil, Saranda. It will be one of the largest projects in this area with an investment value of 78 million euros and planning to employ around 263 employees. Also, some other important investments in tourism are San Pietro Residences, Valamar Residences, and also Gikuria Constructions, which is very known for the construction of the hotels and accommodation structures here in Albania. We continue with agricultures. The two main success stories are Agrocon Albania, which is a 5 million euro investment and has set up one of the largest greenhouses in the country with an extension of up to 10 hectares and plans a number of employees, 67 to 116 employees. Another one important investment is Agro Illyria. It also is a strategic investment. It has a plantation area of around 500 hectares and the number of employees 55 to 150 employees. As we said, the biggest part of the foreign investments in Albania was in energy and renewable energy. We have here some of the most important investments in these sectors. As we can see, Trans-Adriatic Pipeline, or TAP, as you may have heard. Also, the Albanian company Devoli Hydropower, which is building 2 hydroelectricity plants. Shell is committed for searching oil in Albania. Also, we have Bankers Petroleum Albania. It's a wholly owned subsidiary of Bankers Petroleum. And also Voltalia is a French company operating in renewable energy and is set to build the first photovoltaic park in Albania. We continue with manufacture. Manufacture is constantly growing in Albania. We have some important companies as Delmon Group, which is specialized in rubber solutions for the automotive industry. Also Marlotex, another company with 100% French capital and with a total investment of 4 million euros and 225 employees. This is another example of the successful investments, foreign investments in our country. Eura Corporation also is one of the most important investments. We have assisted Eura since the beginning of the investments in giving the right information, finding the property, and every part of the process. So Eura now is an investment that reaches the value of 6.5 million euros and generates around 600 new job positions. It operates in the production of automobile electronic components. We have Forschner, a German company actually, and this is one of the most important investments in terms of size and numbers of people that has employed. ICT and BPO, due to its significant potential, Albania has become the destination of several successful companies and foreign investors in the ICT and BPO sector, such as Lufthansa, Deloitte, Teleperformance, Rework, Innovaway, Alcohol, Euroservice, and Localize. The services of ICT and BPO companies in Albania are used by internationally renowned brands such as the Apple, Vodafone, Adidas, eBay, Lufthansa, Air France, and Alitalia. Now I want to share some testimonials of existing investors in Albania, mostly foreign investors that are operating and that we as AIDA have assisted them during the investment process. So we have here Delmon Group that says that the favorable geographical position together with the low labor cost were the main reasons for choosing Albania. And this is very important for any other potential investors. Also, they were very impressed by the Albanian workforce in the training process of the rubber techniques, and they were very successful. Also, the Forschner group says that Albania currently has very low cost, improved stability in general, as we've previously said. This can be a solution for logistics development and a daily supply chain for European automotive business. On the other hand, Eura Corporation expressed that they chose to invest in Albania because of the country's skilled workforce, competitive costs, geographical position, and all the incentives provided by the government. And another company says that Albania offers a real perspective and opportunity for development, integration, and growth. So, as we may see, Albania has a lot of opportunities. We as AIDA have assisted the foreign potential investors. Also, we have the aftercare sector, which complies with the assistance afterwards. So let's say for the existing investors that want to expand or that have some issues or problems, and we make the right connections with the other governmental bodies. I want also to mention that we as AIDA during the pandemic have conducted 2 surveys in order to explore the impact that COVID had on businesses and to identify the main problems and suggestions that the businesses had for dealing with the situations. During this time, we helped a lot of businesses in the issues they had because of the restrictions of the COVID-19. And it was, in the end, a very good outcome. So I think that this was all. We have a very completed information in our website. I have mentioned only the principal, let's say, information about the incentives and also investors' experiences. But for anything, you can find more detailed information in our website.
Thank you, Marinella. It was an excellent presentation and was good to see the success stories of Albania and also the way how AIDA is working. So thank you again for you and also AIDA for putting this together. This was really, really helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marini.
Invitation.
Thank you. Now we are moving forward. As earlier noted and mentioned, the Austrian companies has been pioneered already the supporting of the economic development of the Western Balkans for decades. They have more experience in doing business than anybody in Hungary, and therefore we are very pleased and honored to call our next guest speaker from Vienna, Austria, Mr. Wilbert Verheyen, who is the Managing Director of Canon in Central and Eastern Europe, and he is also a member of the board of the Vienna Economic Forum. Mr. Verheyen, are you here?
Good morning. Yes, I'm here. Oh, good afternoon, I should say.
Yes. Hello. The floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. As you mentioned, I'm joining from Vienna today. I'm the managing director of Canon Central and Eastern Europe. We are part of the Canon global company. Many of you may know Canon. Hopefully you have a Canon camera, and if you don't, then it's a great opportunity at the start of the summer to get one. And but Canon globally is a very large corporation, as you may know. Just in terms of revenues, we do over $30 billion annually. We employ about 200,000 people globally, and in that respect, you can imagine that we're present in basically every market around the world. So in this perspective, it's interesting to see how we look at the Western Balkans as an opportunity, because the Canon Central Eastern Europe has been dealing with all the countries already for more than 30 years. Originally from Vienna, so this is where basically there was export business over the years done with all the Central European countries, Southeastern Europe, also Central Asia, and this is let's say our territory today. So I'm looking after 22 countries, and I must say, from a development opportunity, I think Western Balkan is interesting. We're organized in some sub-regions, and the region that's relevant here, I think, is what we call Adria, the Canon Adria region. So to give a bit of background, Canon Adria was established in 2001 with the head office in Ljubljana, in Slovenia, actually. And from there, we've created two representative offices, one in Croatia, in Zagreb, and one in Serbia, in Belgrade. So this has been, let's say, this is our current setup. And from these offices, we also serve the other countries in the region. So Albania, Montenegro, Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, of course, and Macedonia. And then in terms of opportunity, at the moment, let's say the 5 countries, Albania, Montenegro, Kosovo, Bosnia, and Macedonia, represent about 1/3 of the Adria region for us. And I see for the next coming years, I hope we can see this as a growth opportunity. So we're very much focused on developing markets and trying to follow let's say, the developments in the economy, and especially the consumer market, of course, when it comes to consumer electronics, and also in the business-to-business B2B market, where it comes to printing, document management in large organizations, but also small and mid-sized companies, and basically across the board. So if I look at the recent developments due to the pandemic, obviously we've seen a big drop in print volumes in the B2B environment, mainly because companies shifted to home working. But at the same time, there's been a big increase in the in home printing, because many people working from home still needed access to printing. So let's say the sales of printers, hardware, but also consumables, cartridges, has increased quite a lot over the last 18 months. So on the whole, we can say that our business actually is quite stable, and we are, especially in the Adria region, we're looking at, we've been able to maintain our business level around 2019 business levels. So this is very interesting, because this is not happening in every region around Europe and around the world. And it kind of shows, in my opinion, the opportunity. To some extent, it shows the resilience of the region, but also the growth opportunities going forward. That's, I think, how we can see the Western Balkans. At the same time, you know, we have to be realistic, because let's say the economies of the countries involved are relatively small, and also the GDP per capita, which is, I think, for our consumer business, the most important indicator, is still relatively low. I think Montenegro is probably the highest at the moment, followed by Macedonia and Bosnia. But that also shows that for the future, there will be very interesting growth opportunities when these economies are further developing. So that's why it's been interesting. I've been listening into a few of the presentations today, and especially if I look at the investment opportunities and the actual foreign direct investment that's happening at the moment, it is very encouraging and a very interesting region. I started in my position here in Canon Central Eastern Europe only last year, January, so about 18 months ago. I've been with Canon for many, many years in different countries, different locations. I'm originally from the Netherlands, by the way. So the people from Macedonia listening, we look forward to the football match in the European Championship. What is it, in 2 weeks from now, I think. But at the same time, due to the pandemic, I've not been able to travel to any of the countries yet. So I really look forward to hopefully soon be able to start traveling and go actually take a look in Albania, in Montenegro, in Macedonia, in Bosnia. It's been quite surreal to do all the business online and to have meetings with our partners and our distributors purely online. But that's part of the pandemic, and I'm sure all of you are used to this in the meantime. So in that respect, if I look at the key points, I mean, firstly, let me mention that in terms of market shares, we are actually quite proud of our sales in the different countries, because we are pretty much number one or number two in the categories where we play. So this is a good starting point. We sell via distributors and partners. So we set up long-term relationships, and many of the partners have been with us for many, many years, and we have very solid relationships. Then next to that, we try to support our partners with developing the second tier in the distribution channel, which are like typically the retail stores and local dealers. We'll have direct contact with them, as I said, through our Canon Adria offices. And then also on top of that, we try to generate demand, both on the consumer side and on the B2B side, by actively doing marketing activities, marketing campaigns, online a lot nowadays, but also events, especially in B2B, and also having direct contact with large potential customers, like large companies, multinationals, but also governments. So this is how we are actually quite present, with over 20 people working in the region that are on a daily basis in touch with everybody. So in that respect, we keep an indirect business model, which means from an investment perspective, we don't plan to make big direct investments like manufacturing or things like that. But Still, we like to be very present in the region, and we like to show, let's say, the opportunities that we see, that we like to develop in the market. The biggest opportunity, I think, is, but I'm looking then forward in the next couple of years, is what we call digital transformation. So digital transformation means that many of the business processes that were traditionally done on paper or in an analog way are now being done in a digitized. So this business process changes from analog to digital is for many companies a big challenge. But due to the pandemic, lots of companies and organizations were forced to look into this in a very short time frame. And this is where, as Canon, we can help. We help our customers in this digital transformation. In many cases, it means that paper processes, which used to be printing, based on printing, scanning, actually move into a fully digital process which requires software, which requires document management, approval processes, things like that, digital signatures, for example, that need to be set up. So this whole digital transformation process takes time and is for many companies a big investment. And this is the let's say in any market, but especially I think in the Western Balkan, a big opportunity. Because we see that to some extent, and this is actually where I think investments from government and let's say hopefully also European Union could help a lot in terms of getting the digital skills level of the workforce further developing and training the digital skills set that is needed for such digital transformation. We see regularly that companies and organizations want to do digital transformation, but that they lack the internal skills and competencies and experience. Of course, this is where we want to help and where we have our partner network to support. But this, I think, is also an area where investment is needed from a government perspective to try to develop this. In terms of another area where I think we see a bottleneck sometimes is access to finance. I think this will improve. I hope this will improve, but also here, providing leasing facilities, providing supporting legislation, supporting tax system that makes access to financing of projects feasible, I think is a key element for growth, and I'm sure that's on the agenda of all the different countries. So in that respect, we can look forward to some interesting growth opportunities in the next coming years. The discussions with the European Union, we of course follow very closely because we feel that could also be a big facilitator in terms of opening up opportunities. Just the fact that if internal borders disappear in terms of let's say customs, imports, regulations, safety standards, all these things could help, of course, would make our business easier as for any company. So with that in sight and with that type of prospect, I think we can summarize that we see the West Balkans as a nice, interesting growth opportunity for the next coming years. And let me close by saying that as Canon, we have a corporate philosophy which is called Kiyose. And Kiyose is Japanese, and it stands for living and working for the common good. This is living and working together for the common good, which amplifies that as Canon, we don't just want to do business in the countries where we're active, but we want to make a positive contribution to the economic and social development of each country and each economy. And this is a long-term commitment that we have as Canon, and we hope to be able to apply this in the Western Balkan countries as well. So with that, let me close it. If there's any questions, I would be happy to take them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Verheyen. Thank you for coming and sharing your views and thoughts with us about the Western Balkans. I have noted 3 thoughts of your speech. One is digital transformation, another one growth opportunity, and traveling needs and wishes. Regarding growth opportunities, we fully in line and agree that I think the whole Western Balkan has a great growth opportunities. Digital transformation is not happening as we see in Hungary overnight. It's a longer road, which we have entered already a couple of years ago, but we are probably still halfway or in the middle of the road. And I'm sure there are a lot of things to do in the Western Balkans as well. And that will be one of the priority areas of the European fundings. So a lot to be done over there. And the third one, just an interesting piece of news regarding traveling. Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama, was a couple of days ago in Hungary. And I think there has been a mutual agreement accepted that they are releasing the bans from traveling. So from now on, we lucky Hungarians at least can travel to Albania and we can receive visitors from Albania. So thank you very much for your valuable contribution. And now we move forward and I will ask the next guest speaker, Maja Kristic, to join us, who is representing CKB Bank from Montenegro. And I'm proud to share that, CKB is member of OTP, which is one Hungarian investor. When recalling Hungary's position in Bosnia and Herzegovina on the slide of Nina, I recall that we were not in the top 20 investors. I think Hungarian investors are positioned a little bit better in Montenegro. And I'm very pleased to call Maja Kristic, the executive director of CKB Bank, and she's responsible for strategy and finance. Hello, Maja, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Good
Welcome,
afternoon.
Maja. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. And I really, at the very beginning, have to express my gratitude to you, Sándor, and to your team for organizing this conference and for inviting us. And this gratitude comes on behalf of CKB and me personally as well. As you said, CKB, or Crnogorska Komercijalna Banka, is part of OTP Group, which is one of the biggest Hungarian financial banking groups, who is quite excessively expanding its participation in the Western Balkans region, as we can see in last period of time. This is very important for us because we would like to share our experience and to encourage other foreign investors to come in Montenegro and to share our experience about the region. Let me just tell for the knowledge of the other participants, that the OTP Group has its quite significant presence already, not only in Montenegro, but also in Serbia and in Albania. And taking into consideration other non-Western EU countries, this is Croatia, this is Slovenia, Bulgaria, Romania, Moldavia, Russia, and Ukraine. So quite extensive participation of OTP Group in the Central Eastern European region. The commitment of OTP Group toward Montenegro is quite visible. If I tell you at the very beginning that the market share of Crnogorska Komercijalna Banka in Montenegro is over 30%, you can imagine what is the level of the commitment that OTP as a foreign investor has shown to this market, and how the OTP actually positively see the development in this country and in the future. Since the time coming from the banking industry, definitely I would like to share with you the presentation. However, also being from banking industry, you can expect from my side lots of data and information and financial data, and in this respect I will not disappoint you. Since that we have bridged the timing, I will try to focus my presentation into those information and data which are relevant for this discussion. So now I will try to share my presentation with you. Okay, So basically, a couple of words about CKB first, and later on I will move to others. So CKB has been founded as a local bank in 1997, and it was acquired by OTP Bank in 2006. The biggest milestone that happened in the life of Crnogorska Komercijalna Banka happened in 2019 when we purchased Societe Generale Montenegrin entity here in Montenegro. And in 2020, we successfully merged into one bank. I would like to use this opportunity just to express a couple of experiences in this last period, because the words that we have heard recently in the Wilber presentation was digital transformation, and how digitally we were capable to do certain new things in the completely changed environment after the COVID. So the integration process between two banks took 17 months period, and it was finished in December 2020. And let me tell you that we are proud to say that the whole integration, the merge happened in an online regime, which means that even though we are operating in Montenegro and in Western Balkan country, actually we have been capable and we have enough resources to do it in a most modernized way, which would be happening in more developed countries. So this is in terms of digitalization, and also in terms of the digitalization, I would like to say that CKB Bank has been recognized as the most digitalized leader in the country, offering different digitalized services. So we have been the one who introduced the Apple Pay on the market. We have been the one who introduced mobile banking operation on the market, and we definitely see our role quite responsibly here on the market, since that I said that we are occupying more than 30% of the market share here in Montenegro. We have a significant responsibility toward the market, not only in terms as a private entity who is operating with in profit terms, but also responsibility to increase the overall, let's say, educational level on the market, providing the customers with the newest services. This is coming as a result of OTP interest and deep insight about the country and possibilities that OTP sees for further development. Moving forward, definitely I would like to tackle a little bit the issue of Montenegro, because as far as I can see, there were no lots of discussion how the country or the region suffered the COVID crisis. Let me inform you that Montenegro had the deepest decline in the GDP due to the COVID situation, and we have experienced minus 15.2% of the GDP decline in 2020. This was mostly a result of the fact that the country was under the lockdown last year, and the fact that the country economy is quite exposed to the tourism. GDP participation, the overall GDP income is approximately between 25 and 30%, and taking into consideration the country was locked, this actually significantly and severely affected the GDP. After the GDP decline, this definitely impacted all other macroeconomic indicators, mostly current account deficit, budget deficit, and definitely as a consequence unemployment rate here in Montenegro, which experienced significant increase after the starting of the COVID crisis. And let me tell you that even after 3 months or the first quarter period in this year, we don't see quite stabilization in this area, so unemployment rate is still on the growing path. Hopefully, we should expect some better situation after summer touristic season, since that country is fully open for the tourists and fully prepared with different measures introduced for those who are coming in country, like country will be pay all medical services to any tourists who will get infected in country, and the PCR tests which are required for returning tourists in the country or for region will be paid by the countries, by Montenegro. So these are some of the measures to attract the tourists to come again in Montenegro in 2021. Having said that, here are some on the next slide. there are some projections how these measures should affect 2021 development of macro indicators in Montenegro. So basically, after this severe drop of minus 15.2%, different international financial institutions, including Ministry of Finance of Montenegro, are providing us with their estimation about the country development in 2021. So you will see that Ministry of Finance estimation is that GDP will positively rebound in 2021 with 10.5%, while other foreign investment institutions are giving a more, let's say, conservative rising of this. So basically we see that most of them are giving the estimation that the GDP will rebound between 5 and 7, and this is fully in line with our expectation, CKB expectation, the OTP expectation, how the GDP will be developed in country here for 2021. Going further, there is one slide, number 5, which is going into deep discussion about the GDP, but we found it very interesting, very much important for you to give you a proper insight. Besides the tourism, household consumption contributes with more than 30% to the GDP, and the household consumption is directly connected with employment and salaries and this type of macro indicators in the country. So in this slide, you will see how the development of household consumption has been developed in a period of time. And you will see on the right upper part the table, which is showing that despite of the decline of the GDP of minus 15.2%, the household consumption drop in 2020 compared to 2019 was only 3%. And this is purely coming by the fact that the household consumption was boosted last year by the banking lending activities. And this is coming from the fact that banks, despite the fact the country severely was affected by the COVID crisis, the overall, let's say, regular wages and salaries in the country remain quite stable, at least in those sectors which are considered to be more resilient to the crisis. And this is the employees coming from the state sector, pensioners, sectors for employees in the sectors of IT, financial sectors, and trade industry as well. Moving forward, here are some of the information which are related to the banking sector in Montenegro, which we find quite important for you, because we would like to explain to you that despite the fact this is a quite small market compared to the region, 12 banks are operating. Out of these 12 banks, there are definitely 3 or 4 banks which are coming from the Western European countries, and these banks occupy the biggest market share participation in the country, which is again giving you an good drive or good information how the Western European countries and the companies are seeing this region and still willing to invest and to participate here in the country. So basically, overall market is consisted of 12 banks, and the total assets and liabilities of the banks is 4.7 billion euros, out of which more than 30% is market share of CKB. So that's why you can imagine why we are closely monitoring and looking everything that is happening on the macro level, because we are highly dependent on the country operation and definitely would like to have a proactive role in the country development in the future. That's why we have very intensive role in the Montenegro Foreign Investment Council, also American Chamber of Commerce in Montenegro, Chamber of Commerce, and other business and professional associations which are operating in our country. Further on, couple of information about the COVID situation in Montenegro. Why? Because again, as I say, we are on the very beginning of the core summer touristic season. The safety of the location or destination plays significant role in past 2 years when the tourist attraction is in question. That's why we are closely monitoring the situation, how the COVID is developing in country. So basically, according to our, these are the information which you will find. The COVID situation in country is quite under control. The vaccination is going into a slower pace compared to what we were expecting. And according to our expectation, initially we expected that the vaccination will start much sooner compared to when it started. So basically, we expected a better, let's say, vaccination rate than it is currently. However, we really believe that this will continue in future and that Montenegro as a touristic destination will achieve its, let's say, safety rate so that they can attract more tourists to come in Montenegro. In the next slide, we come to the, let's say, main topic of this discussion, and this is the labor markets and how the international investors see the labor market in Montenegro. So as I said, the unemployment rate significantly grow in 2020 during the COVID crisis, and in the first quarter 2021 we don't see still the stabilization of it, so it's been growing steadily. The average salary is quite low compared to the, let's say, European countries. And the overall gross salary with all taxes and contributions is around 783 euros, while the net salary is approximately 524 euros. So this is just for you to give you an impression that, for example, out of which 1,000 euro cost for one employee, 60% will go to the hands of employee, 40% goes to the state. So this is the current situation in country. There have been certain measures which have been introduced depending whether you are employing employees in different regional parts of Montenegro which are considered undeveloped, and you receive certain subsidies for these things, but this is the overall average fact for the country. The unemployment rate quite high, as I said, and there are different items which we also follow, and this is youth unemployment rate, which is significantly high compared to the let's say some regional comparison and regional data. From our perspective as a foreign investor and the labor market, the biggest issue for us is the mismatch between the, let's say, supply and demand on the labor market, which means that it is not easily to get highly professional trained staff here on the market. And we heard some of the previous presentation that the similar situation is in other countries. So one of the directions is that you employ them early and start training them in-house so that you can get this stuff, because otherwise on the market you cannot find it, or you go abroad and find on the foreign markets the stuff that you need. The educational system and the employment system are not very much reconciled altogether, which is bringing this additional gap between the supply and demand on the market. The other thing which I also need to mention is that the educational system, which was also mentioned a couple of times during today's discussion, this vocational educational training in the system is not quite, let's say, high here in Montenegro. And usually we see students coming out from university with a zero professional experience or knowledge, and it takes like 3 to 4 months to bring them into the work processes so that you can properly use them. The government currently has a program of professional education which lasts 8 or 9 months for university degree students coming out, which receive obligatory professional, let's say, experience so that they can start regular employment. However, we don't see a proper usage of that in practice. As for the employment outlook, this is very uncertain and depends on recovery of labor-intensive sectors, which severely suffered during the COVID crisis, and this is the construction and tourism as well. So these are the parts for which we need how they will rebound in this post-COVID period, because as you may also see, most of the foreign direct investments and property developments actually were stopped or a little bit delayed in 2020 because of the high uncertainty how the outcome of the COVID crisis will be. So the biggest question is how the reactivation of economic activity and removal of travel barriers should facilitate the return of workers, and especially in those sectors, as I said, which are mostly affected by the COVID crisis. Also, in following slides, I have provided to you different information about the investment opportunity, investment incentive and climate in Montenegro. But I think that previous presenter, Mr. Andrej Lakic, also provided quite deep insight about this. So I don't want to repeat myself again, and you can find this important information either in his or in my presentation. What I put here, and I think it's very much important for your understanding, is how Montenegro is ranked within Doing Business report of the World Bank and Global Competitiveness Index done by the World Economic Forum in 2020. So basically Montenegro is ranked on the fifth place out of 190 ranked countries in the World Bank report, and it succeeded to maintain the previous position. In terms of the Global Competitiveness Index, Montenegro was ranked 73rd place out of 141 ranked countries, which is actually a deterioration of 2 places compared to the last year reporting period. And some information you will find here of the reasons why this has happened. So basically, this would be a very short presentation from my side. All the information are in the presentation, so you can go back in case you would need some more deep insight into that, or you can contact me for more detailed information or anything you need. Definitely there is something that I would like to close out my presentation here, and this is something from Mr. Verhey presentation, that there is a 29 billion pool of funds available for 4 different streams or topics for the development of Western Balkan countries, and this is transportation and connectivity, green energy, digitalization, and human capital. Let me tell you that we have already been proactive in this area, and we have started our bilateral discussion with different international and financial institutions how we can promote and support development of actually these 4 type of activities in Montenegro, especially taking into consideration the fact that Montenegro doesn't have quite diversified economy, and diversification and increase of competitiveness should be one of the main, let's say, strategic orientation in the future, and we would like to support the diversification and the competitiveness through these 4, let's say, main drivers of the development in the country, and thus making it more resilient to the crisis and less exposed to the, let's say, typical sectors like it is tourism, what we have experienced in the previous period. So that's it from my side. If you need any more information, feel free to contact me, and I stay at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maya, for this professional introduction into the Montenegrin economy. We did learn a lot, and we all hope that the economy will recover soon after this, let's hope, post-pandemic touristic season, as the economy is relying a lot on the economy. I can confirm what Maya has mentioned, that all of the presentations are available. So feel free to contact the speakers or directly us. You know, Beshart or myself will be at everybody's disposal to share the presentations, which are really, really helpful. So Maya, thank you for your participation and support, and also CKB Bank. And we wish you a great recovery and for the economy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maya.
Thank you.
And now, let me invite Dr. Stefan Pahinger, who is a partner at Freshfield Brookhouse Deringer Vienna office. He is also a board member of the Vienna Economic Forum to share their experiences of the Western Balkans. Are you with us, Mr. Pahinger?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me, and also a warm welcome from my side. I must say, being a lawyer, it is very, very difficult and challenging for me to add on and to contribute to what has been said this morning, because I've learned and I've heard a lot of positive opportunities, developments, people are observing, and there was a fair amount of optimism in the various presentations how the future will develop, and that's why adding to this from a legal perspective is quite of a challenge. However, I would like to frame this in the context of several aspects which, based on our experience, are highly relevant and should ultimately provide a means to ensure and to tackle that any investment that is undertaken, results in the positive expectation associated with this, and ultimately aims to ensure that the aspiration that has been put into place materializes and is not jeopardized. So let me quickly share the slides I have prepared. I hope everyone can see them. I think from a legal perspective, there is a number of areas we look at when investing. We've heard a lot already about tax rules and provisions which are relevant. I would like to add and emphasize on two aspects in that respect. One is, the rules and the framework to conduct business, both in terms of, how to enter and how to commence any activity. That may be trade law requirements, but that may also be specific licensing requirements. But equally important, the rules and regulations that apply upon commencement going forward, and in particular, what it takes to ensure compliance with those applicable rules and regulations to conduct business. I think this is very, very mindful, very, very important, and one of the key aspects when considering to invest. Obviously, that is within the generally applicable framework in a particular country. When people look at how is the judicial system set up, what are the general principles, but equally, what are specific, labor law rules that give protection rights, social security regimes. We heard a lot already about, what, how the tax rate and the effective cost associated with any given activity is. So these are all relevant considerations when investing. I would like to emphasize and to focus my brief overview on three aspects, one of which is the insolvency framework. That is always people underestimate when entering and when commencing business in a different country. It is, however, highly relevant because these are rules and regulations that apply in a worst case situation, and you would like, and investors typically pay a lot of attention to make sure that their investment is also protected in that specific situation. I think there's two elements which are fairly important is how are these proceedings organized and what is the time frame, but most importantly, what are the implications upon commencement of any such proceedings. Is an investor able to terminate a contract if insolvency proceedings were to commence? This is one aspect people pay a lot of attention to. And the other aspect is the ability to set off claims, in the context of existing and established contractual relationships. I'm emphasizing this point because that's not only relevant in the context of entering new countries or new regions in terms of investing, but these are aspects that are highly relevant in our day-to-day business in the context, even in a European context, where people compare the applicable insolvency rules to make sure for that situation, in that circumstances, they are protected and can enforce their respective rights. So the applicable insolvency regime is a highly relevant aspect when looking into an investment and when considering this. The other aspect is the enforcement of judgment. Because even if contracts are, for instance, governed by a foreign law, a lot of people contract under the laws of a different jurisdiction where they incorporated. We do a lot of German law contracts, even in Austria. English law, as you all know, is highly relevant in international transactions. But nonetheless, there's always a local nexus, so to speak, when looking at assets and when enforcing assets. So understanding, the framework under which assets can be enforced is the contractual bilateral arrangement such that a court of a foreign jurisdiction may in fact be enforced. And what is the time frame and the process associated with that enforcement is a fairly important consideration. And people pay a lot of attention to this when deciding how to invest and where to invest, and when assessing the overall investment decision. The other key element I would like to focus is investment arbitration. That is a means that allows to bring claims against a sovereign, a country, in a situation where the investment or where rules are introduced that essentially have the effect of causing the investment to be not effective anymore, and the means to counter those damages are international investment treaties that facilitate the process on the basis of which damages can be claimed from a government. That has become increasingly relevant, and we frequently are asked, when supporting companies to explore investments in new regions or new countries, to provide an assessment of the existing investment arbitration framework. Obviously, nobody takes an investment decision, when looking at, what are the rights and remedies if things don't turn out the way how they should be. But on the other hand, it's very important to understand upfront what is the framework within which investments are protected, and is there a regime in place that allows to counter those measures and to have an effective legal remedy against a sovereign if need be. So I have laid down in my presentation, the relevant treaties which are in place. That's oftentimes a bilateral arrangement between a particular country. And obviously that requires an assessment on a country by country basis to conclude this. But as mentioned, understanding the insolvency framework, understanding the means of enforcing contractual rights and obligations and court decisions, and also establishing and understanding what the potential remedies are in case the investment is not developing as anticipated, are highly relevant considerations when investing in other countries. Conscious of time, I will skip some of the non-legal considerations because my predecessors and a lot of the presentations already today have already covered the topics of general economic outlook and all of this. And let me pause here, and I'm obviously more than happy to take any questions in case there are any. Thank you very much for your attention.
Stefan, thank you very much for your presentation and driving through us a few important legal aspects and circumstances, considerations when, investing in a country and managing an investment. Those are very important things. Now, I'm looking at the chat and I don't see questions, only comments and good wishes regarding the approaching European Soccer Cup, which I think is a great excitement for all of us, beside the approaching holiday season, which we all hope that will be a real holiday, and we can get back our past holidays and travel to other countries. Now, I would like to thank all the guest speakers from the Investors Experience panel, Marinela, Maya, Wilbert, and Stefan for your valuable contribution and insights. And I think we are on time to soon close this conference. As a message to the Hungarian and not only Hungarian but other small and medium companies in the region who are interested to explore investment opportunities in the Western Balkans, I can say on behalf of our company and on behalf of the Capital Export Committee of the Joint Venture Association that we need to connect with the Western Balkan countries, as our friends in Austria have been doing for the past 20-25 years. And in spite of the pandemic circumstances, we can connect. And this is, I think, the message for the last message, that we will connect. I think a holiday season is approaching, but in the third quarter, I think everybody will be back to businesses and further investigating and exploring cooperation opportunities and investment opportunities in the Western Balkans. So I would like to thank all of you, all of our partners, again, the Vienna Economic Forum, Ambassador Kirchava, thank you for your great, valuable contribution and the support of the Vienna Economic Forum. We all hope to see you soon face to face. You are muted. Elena, you are muted. Unmute yourself.
Is in Ordnung? Yes, you can listen to me now. Yes. I would like to use the opportunity to invite everybody. I just was chatting to the next 18th Vienna Economic Forum on 22nd of November in this year, 2021, in Vienna. I hope very much to see everybody in person in Vienna. And thank you again, Sandor. Thank you to all of you. It was very interesting. And thank you to my member of Vienna Economic Forum to support all of us, to Mr. Dr. Pachinger and Mr. Wilbert Verheyen from Canon International. We are very grateful and very hopeful to work together again. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena, and also thank you for your invitation for the attendees. I can ensure that, you know, if you once go to Vienna and attend the forum, you will always come and follow, because I've been attending the forums for 10 years and I'm always waiting for the whole year, the November, because end of November is the Vienna Economic Forum. So thank you very much.
22nd of November. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Best regards from Vienna.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to also thank my team, Josef Gulyás and Beshart Kondi, for their contribution, and wish everybody a healthy and successful end of second quarter, and hope to see you, all of you, very soon. Thank you very much, all of you. Have a great day and see you soon. Regards from Budapest.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, nice. My friends,
Just
it was a very, very good job.